2023-035-04. The application of Rocky Mountain Power for a rate increase, general rate case. I wandered in here a few minutes ago to give folks a heads up that we're going to talk first of all about schedule. I should have noted this yesterday, but I have a witness list that was in black and white, and I am color impaired, so I can't even see the gradation here, that there's some lighter colors of, so I didn't realize till this morning when our very capable Melissa told me that we have some witnesses that apparently can only appear today or tomorrow. So unfortunately, we're not through with Rocky Mountain Power's witnesses yet. Normally, I would like in a proceeding to let the applicant put their case in chief on entirely before we go to other witnesses, but I think, Mr. Moskin, we're going to be hard-pressed to do that.
Good morning, Commissioner and Mr. Chairman. Yes, we understand that. We've been speaking this morning, and I think here's what we're going to propose the Commission consider.
Great.
If you look at the list of witnesses and kind of where we are now, we're going to be starting with Barth, who will be the first witness, and then we believe that Lewis and Fuller will be quick. Jones, we're going to move to the 16th with Dauphiné because that's the witness that testifies about the settlement, so
right.
That won't need to be a concern. And then we would also like to get Elder on and off. That means we're proposing to push Eller and McCoy into next week after all of the today and tomorrow must go by the other parties. And when I say next week, I mean if they're ready for them on Friday, but
yeah, but
we recognize that they will go out of order.
Right.
And so we would just like to get through the ones that are out of town, our witnesses that have flown in, that have traveled, to get them back home. So that's what we're going to try and do.
Yeah, I think that. So what with Eller and McCoy, some flexibility, but we'll shoot for Monday is what I think we could say safely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although I'm looking and I see that Monday and Tuesday have the same color gradation on your list there, so.
Yep. Eller and McCoy to be determined as to when they'll testify. Okay. Well, we'll get through Barth, Lewis, and Fuller. That's the first thing we'll do today. And then I understand we have DPU witness Williams and the FEA witness Gorman and Fitz Henry that are by necessity need to be put on today. Is it? Let me ask this question: Has the schedule changed for any of these witnesses that they can accommodate another day, or is this still the chiseled in the tablets of stone result that we need to have these witnesses on the days that they're indicated here?
There are two Jones on for today. The division's Jones, Mr. Trevor Jones, is not a must-go today, and he can be scheduled to another day. The only must-go witness.
Yeah, he's not listed as a must-go witness.
Perfect.
We weren't going to get to him today.
Perfect.
Anyway.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, no, we're not going to get to him. Tomorrow we've got, excuse me if I pronounce it wrong, Vostok, Woolridge, Lynn, and Higgins. And that's from OCS, WRA, and UAE. Dates pretty certain.
So I'll respond on behalf of UAE. Mr. Higgins' schedule or availability here is dictated somewhat by his obligations and other proceedings. There's a chance that he may also be available on Monday. I'm actively
You're
checking with
checking
him
on
right now. But he will, I can tell you he will not be available on Tuesday.
Okay, well, we'll definitely not schedule him Tuesday. I don't have, and I don't know if you submitted, Mr. Moskin, an estimate of cross for the parties on the other side of this case.
I don't know if anything's been submitted. I have what has been compiled. Oh, I guess it did come to the commission on Friday.
Okay,
But
we'll
before
ask
the,
our staff to get that.
before the commission gets too excited, I will say that those numbers have been very liberally construed by the parties, so.
Yeah, no, I only have the cross, this document was compared of.
There's a column next to each of the witnesses on that first page that identifies time, and that includes witnesses other than the company witnesses.
Okay, so that's your estimation of cross time. So next to Higgins, I see 15 minutes. That's your estimate of cross for, okay. Then we have that. All right, okay. Just needed to decipher the document. Thank you, that's very helpful. Okay, so, yes, go ahead.
No, I was just simply going to say, those are not just our numbers, that's a compilation of all the
Yeah.
parties, but.
Yeah, and I knew we had a compilation for the company witnesses. I've got that chart that shows the estimate, which has turned out to not be very accurate, as we all know, so that's not a big deal. Okay, but let's plan that we will, based on the estimate of the time here, I think we can do Barth, Lewis, Fuller, and Elder today, and looks like we could probably do that in the morning. Do you agree, Mr. Moskin?
If the cross estimates hold true, absolutely.
Does anybody think that's too ambitious to take those 4 witnesses before we do the 3 that have to go?
I don't see any reason to not do that.
All right, I'd like Rocky Mountain Power to continue to put on their case as much as possible, and then we'll take these 3 witnesses that have to appear today. With the estimates that we have, we should be able to do that right after we finish these first 4 witnesses. Eller will move, Jones will move to the 16th, or whenever looks like we're, with respect to the stipulation, he'll testify the same time as Ms. King's witness. Okay, all right. I just want to say one other preliminary matter. I know Mr. Barth and Ms. McCoy will be talking about the approved wildfire mitigation plan and I can't remember, is it $21 million or something in deferred costs that are in the balancing account. You all understand that we're going to have, with respect to underlying issues like vegetation management, hardening of the system, and basically any of the underlying issues involving costs incurred to mitigate a risk of wildfire, those will by necessity come up again in the 3rd phase of this docket. To the extent they are going to need to talk about that in phase 1, we'll have some repetition. To the extent they can talk about the financials without getting into those details, fine. But we're not making a decision, as you know, until April 25th, so it can all be kind of revisited again. So however you choose to lay out your case is fine with me, but I'm just giving that. I, for example, have a number of questions about wildfire mitigation costs, cost-benefit analysis, and the prudence of the costs and the plans that are in the wildfire mitigation plan and the company's plan. I'm going to defer those to phase 3.
Understood.
I can't speak for Commissioner Harvey, of course.
Also understood.
I can't resist occasionally get in a dig. He's brilliant, love him. Okay, all right. All right, any other preliminary matters before we move forward? So, Mr. Schnarr, we have your dilemma, and I don't know how to solve that.
It's a dilemma that we at the OCS will cope with, but let's not be pessimistic about what we can accomplish today. Let's get on with it. I think things will roll.
And I think that's good counsel to now call your first witness for the day.
Thank you. Rocky Mountain Power calls Mr. Alan Barth to the stand.
Thank you. Mr. Barth, welcome. Will you raise your right hand to the square? Mr. Barth, do you affirm or solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter pending before the Public Service Commission of the State of Utah will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Barth. Would you please state and spell, in your case, both your first and last name for the record?
Alan Barth, A-L-L-E-N-B-E-R-R-E-T-H.
And
Would you like me to do that again?
you can pull that closer to you if it's helpful. What's your position with the company?
I'm the Vice President of Power Delivery Operations.
Okay. Have you testified before this commission before?
I have provided testimony
Okay.
before.
We have some newer commissioners. Do you mind giving us just a very brief kind of what your history with the company and how you came into your current position, that kind of background for us?
Sure, I've worked for PacifiCorp for the last 26 years. Started out in field engineering, working up through asset management types of roles into work planning, inside operations, running a lot of the support groups for operations, including wildfire mitigation since 2018, and running a lot of the support departments within power delivery, which is running the majority of the operations for Rocky Mountain Power.
All right. And did you cause to be filed rebuttal testimony in this Phase 1 proceeding?
I did.
And are you aware of any corrections that need to be made to that testimony?
I am not.
If I were to ask you the same questions set forth in the testimony, would your answers be the same as contained in that testimony?
They would be.
And I don't see that you had any exhibits with that testimony. Is that correct?
There were some exhibits for the direct testimony, yes.
So you had both direct with exhibits and then rebuttal and surrebuttal, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the question that I was asked you about corrections or changes, assume that applies to all of the testimony. Are you aware of any corrections that need to be made to any of your testimony?
I am not aware.
Rocky Mountain Power moves for the admission of the direct rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony and attached exhibits for Mr. Alan Barth.
Okay, we have that motion. Are there any objections? It is received.
Mr. Barth, have you had a chance to prepare a summary of your testimony?
I have.
Would you please share that with us?
Sure. Good morning, Chairman Finn, Commissioners Clark and Harvey. As discussed in my testimony, recovery of costs associated with wildfire mitigation activities, including deferred costs, are reasonable, necessary, and in the public interest. As is widely known, the risk posed to utilities operating in the western United States by wildfires is drastically increasing in frequency, severity, and costs. As discussed in my pre-filed testimony, the company has engaged in extensive risk modeling to develop a risk-based approach to wildfire mitigation. This approach, which spans across the company's service area, is in line with industry best practices and seeks to invest in mitigation measures with the highest impact possible by focusing on areas with the highest fire risk. That is, we haven't just sprinkled upgrades across the system, but rather focus our mitigation investments in those areas that carry the highest risk for such fires. In accordance with Utah House Bill 66, the company submitted a wildland fire protection plan in 2020 and recently submitted its enhanced 2023 plan in February of '24. After collaborating with the Utah Division of Forestry, Fire, and State Lands. The new 2023 plan takes into account the increasing risk of wildfires that most utilities and states in the western United States face. The 2023 plan and associated costs will be addressed in Phase 3 of this docket, so I'll reserve my discussion of the plan for that phase. Setting aside now the 2023 plan and its associated costs, in this phase of the case, the company proposes recovery of the deferred wildfire mitigation costs under the 2020 plan. Company witness Shelly McCoy will also address some of the deferred fire mitigation costs. My testimony relates to the O&M expenses included in the deferral, which were incurred incrementally to the costs recovered through the previously established revenue requirement for expenses related to wildfire due to an increase in labor above that accounted for in our underlying historical programs. Due to the unpredictable and dynamic nature of wildfire mitigation, it is difficult to forecast the exact activities to be completed because patrolling and inspections often identify unforeseen conditions. Accordingly, forecasts of the costs and labor to complete these programs is never completely accurate. However, recovery of these costs is prudent and necessary because wildfire mitigation is vitally important to the provision of power to Utah customers, as well as to the safety of the communities in our service area. I'll discuss two areas that are being addressed by the deferred costs. First, certain components of the company's vegetation management program were increased or changed incrementally to baseline vegetation management programs. This program includes inspections of all lines in the fire high consequence areas to identify and remove high-risk trees at the earliest stage possible. We increased the minimum clearance distances for distribution cycle work completed in these fire high-risk areas, performed annual pole clearing on equipment poles, and applied herbicides and soil sterilants to prevent regrowth. These measures are all to reduce the risk of fire ignition from vegetation interference with the electrical equipment. The costs associated with these efforts reflect an incremental spend needed to accomplish new tasks that were not accounted for in previous established revenue requirement. Second, the company's condition corrections, weather monitoring, and patrol costs increased. These costs include measures to address damage or worn conditions of system infrastructure that needed to be corrected and repaired, as well as the annual maintenance of company-owned weather stations monitoring weather conditions. These also include field patrols on high-risk circuits, emergency management preparedness, and wildfire risk management software. Relatedly, the company included internal labor costs in its deferred amount associated with wildfire mitigation efforts. These costs have not already been recovered. The office has argued that the company has not provided sufficient evidence that those costs are incremental. This is incorrect. The company uses both internal employees and contract labor to perform incremental wildfire work due to fluctuating work volumes and the need to respond immediately to high-risk situations. As shown in my rebuttal testimony by looking at the company's business activities, we demonstrate that these internal labor costs are incremental to base rates, and recovery of these costs are necessary for the company to manage the growing risk of wildfires. Due to the increase in work volumes attributed to wildfires, all costs have increased over time above the routine operational and maintenance costs. Tables A and B of my rebuttal testimony show these actual increases. For these and all the additional reasons explained in my pre-filed testimony, I ask that the Commission approve the updated rate case described in the company's application, including the request to recover the deferred cost of the wildfire balancing account. That concludes my summary.
Thank you. Mr. Barth is available for cross-examination.
No cross.
Yes, I have some cross. Okay, taking direction from Chairman Finn, I want to try to focus my remarks on the $21 million that are basically those deferred costs. So let me try to streamline what I had initially here. The company's initial wildfire mitigation plan was submitted and approved coincidental to the company's 2020 general rate case. Is that right? And pursuant to that rate case, there was also a level of base rates that were established as it relates to these mitigation efforts. Is that right?
There was a forecast for the wildfire mitigation efforts, that's correct.
And a level was included in base rates associated with that submitted plan, right?
I believe there was a $5 million forecast for activities related for wildfire mitigation.
Okay. Conceptually, to the extent the costs are that you experience are greater than the amount that were included in the company's base rates, the company then has the opportunity to true up those costs through the wildlife mitigation balancing account. Isn't that correct?
It's my understanding that incremental to the amount that we were forecasted for wildfire mitigation, correct?
Right,
Yep.
right. We're on the same wavelength.
All right.
Isn't it true that the opportunity to true up those wildfire mitigation costs is limited to those expenses incurred that were within the broader limits of the pre-approved plan?
Make sure I'm following your question there. Incremental to the operational and maintenance costs that were in the base plan that were related to wildfire mitigation.
Right, but that's not carte blanche to incur all costs. If you incur costs above the levels that were contemplated in the plan, they're deferred for later recovery possibilities. Isn't that right?
I apologize. Can you rephrase your question?
I'll have to rephrase it. You have a certain amount that's included in base rates, and we expect you'll go about the activities and do that prudently.
That's correct.
And there may come a time when you're going to spend more on mitigation than what is included in base rates. And you're allowed to take those costs and roll them into the wildfire mitigation balancing account and recover them over time with
Correct.
the
If
rider.
related to wildfire mitigation, correct.
But isn't there a limit to what you can roll in without getting additional approval or another plan approved with a greater limit? My understanding there is. I'm just trying to find out if that's your understanding.
My understanding is we bring back a new plan every 3 years, a balancing count. We bring them forward, show them as prudent. I'm not sure of the cap, to answer your question.
Okay.
Correct.
As you explain in your testimony, the company is seeking recovery of $21,028,285, which has been deferred for recovery under this wildfire mitigation statute. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And the statute would allow recovery of those costs through the balancing count so long as the money spent on mitigation efforts were part of what was described in the pre-approved plan. Isn't that right?
That is my understanding.
Now, we're aware that the company has submitted a new plan, 2023, a new mitigation plan, and that's pending in phase 3. So we're kind of moving past that. But in reviewing the $21 million that the company has accrued for possible recovery, isn't it true that if we look at those costs compared to the company's pre-existing plan, that a portion of those costs were excessive of that earlier plan?
That is correct. Those costs were above what was identified in the 2020 plan.
Now, I think you are aware that our OCS witness, Donna Ramos, has calculated the amount of those accrued expenditures that exceed that 2020 plan as $9,608,407. You focused on that?
That's my understanding. Yep.
Okay. And you don't dispute that calculation, do you?
I haven't reviewed that calculation in detail, but understand that we'll discuss those in phase 3 if relating to
Okay.
the 2023 plan.
Now, I'd like to focus a little more on the actual situation with the deferred costs. I'd like to provide you a copy of the commission's order. Perhaps Robert can do that, just to kind of set the stage for what our focus should be on those costs. This is a copy of the commission's order in November 9th of 2023 and docket number 23-03527. I don't intend to admit it into evidence, but just for convenience in examining the witness. I'd like you to turn to page 11, if you would, please. And you'll see on page 11, I've got some of that highlighted. I'd like you to read that and then also skip over to page 13 and read the highlighted portion there, if you would, please.
All right, on page 11, it reads,
Can I ask you to wait 1 minute? I want to make, I apologize. Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. Okay, I'm sorry, could you repeat what page we're having him read from? Where, I'm sorry, where do you want him to read from?
Page 11, highlighted portion on 11, and there's also a highlighted portion on page
Okay.
13. If I could just have him read
Yep,
that.
go ahead, Dan, go ahead.
page 11, we find and conclude Rocky Mountain Power has not provided substantial evidence showing its claimed WBA costs are not included in base rates. We therefore cannot approve RMP's rate request at this time. However, given the essential public interest in wildland fire prevention, Rocky Mountain Power should not be discouraged from making whatever investments are necessary to implement its plan and should not be denied recovery for such important investments to the extent they are truly incremental to costs included in base rates.
Okay, and on page 13?
The PSC denies RMP's rate request without prejudice. RMP may continue to defer the WBA costs it claims in its rate request. The PSC may approve recovery of those costs at a later date, given RMP provides substantial evidence the claimed costs are not already recovered through the base rates approved in the most recent GRC.
So does that accurately describe the status of what we're looking at then as it relates to those deferred costs and the 21 million?
I believe it does.
Okay. Now, in your testimony and the testimony of witness Shelly McCoy, Rocky Mountain has asserted that its use of work orders to identify those costs associated with the mitigation activities pursued under its wildfire mitigation plan are sufficient to identify labor costs that should be recovered through the wildfire mitigation balancing account. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm focusing on the labor costs at this point.
Okay.
Now, to explore this concept, I want to just go through a simple example. If you could just kind of bear with me here, and then I'd like you to react to this example that I'm presenting. I'd like you to suppose that all the people in this room represented the total number of employees of Rocky Mountain, and that their salaries had been factored into the company's base rates. I'd also like you to suppose that because of fire risks, the company was asked to check all of the fire extinguishers in this building, test the built-in fire sprinkling system, and also check the fire exit stairwells to ensure that they provided clear exit opportunities. Let's assume that the company would be allowed to recover costs associated with these activities through a separate rider on ratepayer bills. Now, let's assume that the company takes 25 of the people out of this room and sends them out to accomplish the tasks associated with ensuring that this building is fire safe. And that these fire safety activities are recorded and reflected in work orders, and that the company would seek recovery of costs associated with those work orders pursuant to the separate rider that I mentioned. Where the full salaries of all the shared employees have already been reflected in base rates, wouldn't this provide for a double recovery of the amounts that are now being captured in the work orders?
So I appreciate your example. And how I'd react to that is that the 25 people that were redirected, that were already in base rates, to put that in terms of what we do in operations, the activity of those 25 people in this room that were redirected, the work they were doing before we came up with the incremental work that was measured with work orders and all that, still needs to get done. And therefore, that activity was still completed, and say contractors or something like that we would have brought in to accomplish the work of those 25 people that was already in base rates, to your example. So even though those same people, those 25 people were here before and they're now doing a new activity, we backfilled their other activity with somebody else, right? Contract or something like that. And so the way we look at it is more about the activity and not the people that were in those previously established rates. The activity goes on regardless of what's happening with the individuals. And so we make up the resource with a combination of internal and contractor to accomplish all the work. The fluctuations of the labor doesn't dictate the amount of work that we're getting done or need to get done. Does Does that answer or?
I appreciate your response. In connection with that response, I also appreciate there's documentation of the people who are leaving to go do the fire safety. But I didn't hear you describe any documentation as it relates to the backfill and how that's taking place and how we can be assured that that's taking place. Did I miss something?
No, you didn't. In my response, I didn't touch on
Okay.
that, so thank you for asking for confirmation. I would refer to my rebuttal testimony where I was attempting to show in tables, those two tables there, the work orders that go on the other activity as well, and showing all the costs that are going on, not just the new incremental activity is being measured to that level of granularity with work orders and who charged it, but so is all the base activity. And we had that's not a new thing, we've been doing that for years, and that's how we're able to establish this incremental activity and how much it's going to cost and be able to track it to show both the wildfire-related work and the base activity, non-wildfire work, and how it's been increasing over time.
All right, thank you. Now, you do understand, particularly with respect to labor, that the OCS has a position that a certain amount of labor ought to be removed from the 21 million. Specifically, our witness has calculated $5,681,724 that ought to be removed from the company's overall request of 21 million to reflect that correction for the labor that we are asserting has been double recovered. You understand that that's the amount we've identified?
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your response to the questions. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Snar. We'll just go down the line. Ms. Cavilia,
No questions, thank you.
Captain George,
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Russell.
No questions, thank you.
I'm assuming there's stipulation on there's no questions
No
here?
questions from the UTLCG, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hayes.
And no questions for me, thank you.
Well, probably don't see a need for redirect since there were no questions. We'll see if Commissioner Harvey, do you have anything you want to say?
I was going to ask one redirect question.
Oh, yeah,
based on that.
after Mr. Snar, yeah.
Mr. Barth, the very final question that you heard was essentially asking if you were aware of the calculation that their witness had come up with to show what they thought was duplicative labor costs. Could you very briefly explain to the commission how it is that the company is sure that that $9 million figure is mistaken, that these are in fact incremental labor costs?
Can I interject? It's a $5 million cost.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It does go back into what I was trying to describe as far as the level of detail that these costs are measured, as far as who's charging them, the work orders down to an MAT, that we very much know it as an incremental activity, regardless of if whether or not that was being done by an internal employee who already existed, or whether it was a contractor resource, and those same level of details for the non-wildfire activity, and therefore we can tell what is incremental, even if it was an internal employee charging it.
Thank you, that's it.
I apologize, I attempted to cut you off on your redirect. It's been a long night. But does Mr. Snar have any recross?
No.
Does Commissioner Harvey have anything?
Yes, but I want to ask. I do, but I want to clarify one thing with the chair first. All right, so my understanding is in phase one, we're attempting to look primarily at the incremental and all of the risk modeling that you mentioned in your summary we're going to cover in phase three. Is that your understanding?
That's correct, that's my understanding.
Okay. So with respect to the incremental, I'm just curious and get a little bit more understanding on my part about how the budgeting, internal budgeting for your department might work. Do you actually get separate budgets for what you would think of as your normal, what's in rates, and then a wildfire budget? Or how is that determined?
Right. Our budgeting would be on by program and activity, and so it would be separate MATs, granular level of tracking for like historical programs, so if that was your corollary to in rates, but historical programs versus separate MAT work order program tracking for the incremental programs, the wildfire activity, so that we can see those as separate line items.
And then within that separate wildfire piece, you responded to Council Snar that some of that is already in base rates, correct?
That's correct. There is a level of wildfire mitigation that is in, base rates.
So in the budgeting, there's sort of, I guess, three categories. There's your historical programs that would all be base rates. And then there's two categories within the wildfire. There's sort of amount you need to do as part of the base. And then once you get past that amount, you can go into incremental.
It's budgeted as one activity, but when it comes to recovery, that's how it would be viewed, yes.
And you do have internal records that have allowed you to do that with what you feel is an accurate level.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
I just have a question or two about Table A in your rebuttal. And as I understand it, you're presenting under the business activities view the dollar spent on certain non-wildfire activities and then certain wildfire activities. Is there anything in this chart that ties the non-wildfire activity dollars to what was authorized for these activities in the 2020 rate case? Or at least it ties them to what the company presented for recovery in that rate case?
Sure. This table does not make that direct tie. We would go back to my direct testimony, which showed in that original 2020 where there was a forecasted $5 million towards these activities, but this table doesn't make that direct line of sight.
And I'm really thinking more about the non-wildfire activities that you've represented here and how these numbers relate to what was authorized for recovery in the 2020 rate case.
Right, I do not have a table prepared that shows that comparison. We have that level of detail, and that's what the concept of this table is trying to show, which is there's an underlying programs, operations, maintenance, and the wildfire, and that they've both been increasing, and so that just to make it clear that it's not like one has been done and we're shuffling over to wildfire for a different recovery, right, is what this table's trying to show.
But to understand if a cost is incremental to what's being recovered in rates already, don't I need to know the dollar amount for that activity that's in rates currently?
So sorry if I gave a wrong impression. While I'm not showing the exact number that was in the 2020, this table is showing that those costs that were presented in the 2020 plan have been increasing as well. So that's what it's trying to show, is that all costs have been going up since what was submitted in the 2020 plan. I just don't feel this table makes it 100% clear to what you're asking for.
Okay. So just for one example, if I look under 2020 and I see operations non-wildfire, fault restoration, customer requests, I imagine that is, et cetera.
Right.
And I see 35.2, that's $1 million, I assume.
Correct.
So is that the total amount that was spent on that activity by the company, or is that an amount that's that exceeds what's in rates.
Oh, no, that is the total amount for Utah for that activity.
And just-
And I'm showing that it's been increasing over the last few years.
Right. But if I were to ask you today, what was the budgeted amount that was presented, for example, in the 2020 rate case? Would you happen to know that number?
I don't know the number off the top of my head. Confident, obviously. We could produce this table with a column right to the left of the 2020 that shows, you know, what was submitted. Right, with a column to the left of the 2020, right, that shows what you're asking for.
And well, thank you. I recognize that I doubt you were authorized to recover everything you requested to recover in the 2020 rate case too, and perhaps that general concept would apply to these specific categories, but I'm trying to evaluate the incremental changes that have occurred. That's why I'm asking the questions, and
Right.
so thank you for your responses.
I have no questions. Mr. Barth, thank you for your testimony. You can step down.
Thank you.
Yep, go ahead. And you're gonna call your witness now.
Hi, yes, thank you. The company would like to call Julie Lewis as its next witness.
Okay, Ms. Lewis? Okay, Ms. Lewis, will you raise your right arm? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter pending before the Public Service Commission of the State of Utah will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Now, we met the other day, and I apologize. Apparently, my memory is starting to go. Would you remind me of your name?
Yes, Catherine Smith on behalf of Rocky Mountain Power.
That's an easy name to remember, too. And
It's pretty unique.
Ms. Smith, I apologize for forgetting your name, and it was a pleasure to meet you the other day, so thank you.
Nice to meet you too. Ms. Lewis, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Did you cause to be filed rebuttal testimony and rebuttal testimony in this matter?
Yes,
Do you have any changes or corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
Okay. And if I were to ask you the same questions and answers, or same questions, would you have the same answers?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to move for admission of Ms. Lewis's rebuttal and rebuttal testimony.
Without objection? Okay, the testimony is admitted.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis, I believe you have provided testimony in front of this commission before.
I have.
Considering the new commissioners, do you mind just providing a sentence or two on your role with the company?
So I'm the Vice President of Human Resources. I've been with the company for 44 and a half years, and I've been in HR since 1985 and worked my way up to the current position that I got in 2018.
Thank you. And did you provide a summary today?
Yes.
Please proceed with that summary.
Good morning, Chair. Excuse me, Fenn, Commissioner Clark, and Commissioner Harvey. My name is Julie Lewis, and the purpose of my rebuttal testimony is to explain why the Commission should reject adjustments to the company's incentive compensation proposed by the Utah Division of Public Utilities, DPU, witness Eric Orton, excuse me, Federal Executive Agencies, FEA, witness Michael P. Gordon, and Utah Association of Energy Users, UAE, witness Kevin C. Higgins. These witnesses propose disallowing a portion of the company's annual incentive plan, or AIP. I recommend the commission reject this adjustment because employees' overall compensation, including the AIP, is set at a market rate. Furthermore, customers benefit from achieving balanced regulatory outcomes and having a company with a strong financial foundation. The company's primary objective in establishing employee compensation is to provide pay at a market average. compensation at the market average, competitive level, is critical to attracting and retaining qualified employees to support the business and our customers. To encourage employee performance, a certain percentage of each employee's market compensation must be at risk. The company's AIP is structured so that eligible employees have the opportunity to receive total compensation at the market average for their position, so as long as the employee performs at an acceptable level. As I discussed further in my testimony, the company uses company-wide goals, which are detailed in scorecards to determine at-risk incentive payments. These core principles, or pillars, weighted equally, are customer service, employee commitment, environmental respect, regulatory integrity, and operational excellence, along with financial strength. Incentivizing employees to achieve objectives focused on these pillars provide direct benefits to customers. The Commission has acknowledged in the past that there is a risk of harm to customers that could occur if total compensation is less than the market rate, as it could result in employees lacking necessary and appropriate skills. Customers benefit from the company meeting its goals, including financial strength. For example, as previously stated by this Commission, being a financially healthy utility, customers reap the benefits of lower interest rates attainable to the company. The company's incentive program is structured to provide benefits to customers and is part of the company's total market-based compensation package. The removal of incentive expense would therefore result in below-market compensation. Therefore, I recommend the Commission's reject proposals from the DPU, FEA, and the UAE to disallow a portion of the company's at-risk AIP benefits because these payments benefit customers. And that concludes my summary.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Ms. Smith, any questions?
No further questions. This witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay, let's go to the division first of all.
Division has no questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Snar?
No questions.
All right, Ms. Caviglia?
Walmart has no questions, thank you.
Thank you, Captain George.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Russell?
I do have a few.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Lewis. I want to start with a discussion, sort of a general discussion about the scorecard that you were just talking about in those pillars. I've had a conversation with your counsel. There is some of the discussion that you and Mr. Higgins have had in pre-filed testimony that's been marked as confidential. My understanding is it's the numbers themselves that are confidential, and we're not going to talk about those, but that the specific measurables that are included in the scorecard are not. So that's what we're going to focus on. Okay, no numbers and no math, fortunately. So you mentioned in your summary the 6 pillars. We'll just go over them very briefly again. They were employee commitment, environmental respect, regulatory integrity, operational excellence, and financial strength. Is that right? Did I forget one?
Also, customer service.
Customer service was the first one. Thank you. And I want to, for the Commission's sake, I want to identify the specific disagreement that you're having with Mr. Higgins because it relates to one of the measurables within one of those pillars, right?
Correct.
So each of those pillars has 2 or 3 specific measurables within it, right?
Yes,
Okay, and so each of the pillars is equally weighted, right?
correct.
Okay, and then the specific measurables within each of those pillars is also equally weighted, is that right? It doesn't
I don't know.
matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Higgins takes issue with the inclusion of costs associated with one of the specific measurables within one of those pillars, right?
Correct.
It is a measurable within the pillar of regulatory integrity, right?
My understanding is it was the financial.
Okay. I believe that black binder sort of in front of you has, farther back, on top of the other one. I think that has Mr. Higgins' testimony, which includes a response to a data request that includes the scorecards. If you could pull that out, it's UAE Exhibit RR 1.19, which is confidential, but again, it's just the numbers that are confidential, so we're not going to get into those.
19?
Yeah, 1.19.
Okay.
Okay, I think if you go 3 or 4 pages into that exhibit, you'll see the scorecard. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And do you recognize that scorecard as containing there's actually sort of symbols on the left-hand side that represent those pillars, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then can you find for me the regulatory integrity section of it?
Okay.
And that's the one with sort of a globe next to it, is that right?
A what?
Isn't it the one with sort of a globe next to it?
Yes.
Okay, and then the specific measurable that Mr. Higgins takes issue with its inclusion is whether or not the company achieves its allowed regulatory ROE in each state, right?
Okay, yes.
Yes, and that is in the regulatory integrity section, right? Okay, we're on the same page then. And the issue do you understand that the issue that Mr. Higgins takes with respect to that is that it is a benefit to shareholders and not to customers, right?
Correct.
Okay, and your response, I gather, is that customers benefit because when the company achieves its regulatorily approved ROE, there's some benefit with respect to lending costs or something along those lines. You can say it however you need to say it.
No, but that is correct. I think Ms. Colbia probably spoke a lot more eloquently than I could to that, but yes.
Well, let's look at your direct testimony at line 140. This is where you respond directly to Mr. Higgins. You say, and this is in your response saying you don't agree with Mr. Higgins. You say, by being a financially healthy utility, customers reap the benefits of lower interest rates obtainable to the company, right?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me how the company achieving its regulatorily approved ROE yields lower interest rates to the company.
Well, from a financial perspective, I can't speak to the financial end of it because that's not my expertise. But I know that within, for the company, in order to be financially healthy, we do need to have, our, ROE. We need to be able to get favorable interest rates, better credit, and so forth. That all goes into being financially stable, which also then allows the company to continue to service like the growing communities within Utah, and also will add to wildfire, the work hardening that's going on. So it all kind of goes together. Work hardening. Yeah.
Okay. And so included in this scorecard that I had you look at earlier, there were some financial performance goals, or I forget which pillar that one was the last one.
Yes.
That one was financial strength, right? Don't those go to achieve the same thing that you're attributing to the achievable of the approved ROE? I mean, ultimately, isn't there just some sort of big mix of things that could lead to lower interest rates and better borrowing strength, et cetera?
I think it all goes together, in my opinion. But this is not my area of expertise when you get into regulatory stuff.
Yeah, I understand.
I would think that it would all go together.
But these are the things you're pointing to as sort of a support for why this should be included, right?
Yes.
Okay. In any event, achievable of an approved ROE is not necessarily a direct benefit in any event to ratepayers, right? It's if we achieve our approved ROE, we may realize lower interest rates, which then may benefit ratepayers, right?
Yes.
Okay. Why not just tie the AIP to achieving some measure of lower interest rates rather than to achieving a regulatory approved ROE?
I don't develop the scorecards. That is done at a much higher level than me. So I can't speak to why the scorecard was created the way it was.
Okay. We're going to do one more line of questions, and hopefully it'll be brief. Underneath that binder that I had, the one in your right hand, we don't need that one anymore, I hope. There should be a stack of exhibits. My hope is that the one on top is labeled DEU Cross Exhibit 9. Is that?
Yes.
Okay, and for the sake of everyone else in the room, that is I said DEU, I meant DPU, but the exhibit is the order from the 2022 Dominion Energy rate case, which has been previously admitted as DPU across Exhibit 9. I'm going to have you look at that in just a second, but let's talk about why. In your rebuttal testimony, you make mention of the fact that this commission has previously considered the company's AIP in the last rate case, in the 2020 rate case, right?
Correct.
And it permitted the inclusion of the financial performance goals that we've been talking about today, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then subsequent to that rate case, the gas utility in the state had a rate case, and that is this one, the DEU rate case in 2022. And I'd like to have you turn in that document to page 22, if you would.
Okay.
And I'm going to focus your attention on the paragraph immediately preceding the subtitle G, LNG prepayments. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So that paragraph starts, for the same reasons we expressed in previous orders cited above, we conclude that costs associated with an incentive compensation program related to financial goals should not be recovered from ratepayers. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to have you go 4 lines down to the sentence starting on the left, we are. Do you see that?
Yes.
We are disallowing recovery consistent with our policy that incentive compensation costs driven by achievement of financial goals should not be recovered in rates because they benefit shareholders and have not been shown to benefit customers. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So in any event, since the Commission's order in the 2020 Rocky Mountain Power rate case, it has issued an order with respect to another utility's financial incentive program and denied those costs. Is that right?
That's what this says, yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, based upon the stipulation, I'm assuming Ms. King and Mr. Jensen have no questions. Ms. Hayes, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, we'll return to Ms. Smith for any redirect she may have.
Yes, just 2 brief questions. As we've discussed previously, you were the witness in our 2020 rate case when this compensation plan was initially requested for approval, correct?
Correct.
And has the plan changed since the 2020 rate case?
It has not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Smith. Commissioner Harvey.
I have no questions.
Commissioner Clark.
No questions, thank you.
I have a couple of questions. I'm trying to understand your AIP payments are provided to what categories of employees within Rocky Mountain Power?
Part of the non-represented. There is a small group, or there is a non-represented.
So your bargain for employees, your labor union members are not part of the AIP program?
Correct.
Okay. So do the AIP programs, does the AIP payments get made to director level and above or vice president level and above? Could you just help me understand?
It's a little lower than that. I would say it's, I'm trying to think of titles. We have grades. So it's grades like 14 through 26. So it's going to start with maybe administrators and analysts up to the president.
Okay, and with respect to the 6 core principles that you use, they're weighted equally, is that correct?
Correct.
So focusing on the financial portion of those payments that are made, have there been occasions where those have been suspended or not paid the financial portion while the AIP program has been in effect to the employees that are eligible for payments?
Yes.
So, for example, in a year that you have an operating loss, would you pay the financial portion of the AIP program?
No.
What about in a year where you've had a credit downgrade?
I don't know when that would have occurred, but if it affected our net income, no, it would not have been paid.
Okay. And is that payment then across the board that all employees that are eligible for the AIP program don't get the, whatever it is, 17.5%, or was it, whatever it is,
Yeah.
the 1/6, it goes across the board for all employees if you don't meet your financial goals?
Correct. If we don't meet any, yes, it is not paid. We look at towards the end of our compensation planning, we look to see what goals have been made and what goals haven't been made. And we only pay on what goals have been made. So if we did not hit our net income, we would not get that portion of it.
And what body or persons make the determination whether to pay those or not? Is that Mr. Garlish, for example, or would it be at a higher level than that?
Well, the presidents would meet with our CEO, Cindy Crane.
Ms. Crane?
Right. We would then submit that, what we recommend as a payout for our annual incentive to BHE.
So Berkshire Hathaway Energy would then be involved in that decision-making process, and would they make the final decision, or would it be made at a higher level than that?
They make the higher, or I believe the compensation board Berkshire Hathaway makes the decision on whether or not our pay can be approved or not.
Okay, so there is a board at Berkshire Hathaway, the parent, that makes the final determination whether that compensation would be paid.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Lewis. I think we're finished with you then
Okay,
today.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do you want this?
Here, I'll take it.
If it please the commission, we're going to have a slight change here. Mr. Kumar is going to come forward and present the company's next witness, who is Mr. Fuller. So,
Okay, Mr. Kumar, Mr. Fuller, welcome. I'll just let Mr. Kumar get set up before we begin. Just give us just a moment. You ready, Mr. Kumar?
Yes, the company would like to call,
Mr. Fuller.
Mr. Fuller, welcome. It's nice to have you with us today. I hope this isn't too painful. Will you raise your right arm? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter pending before the Public Service Commission of the State of Utah will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you very much. You may be seated. Go ahead, Mr. Kumar.
Well, I will say that Mr. Fuller loves to talk about taxes, so.
So it shouldn't be too painful. He'll enjoy it.
Mr. Fuller, could you please state and spell your full name and last name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Ryan Fuller, Fuller.
And how are you employed by the company?
I'm employed by the company as the Vice President of Tax.
And, I think that position is pretty self-explanatory. Have you caused to be filed rebuttal and I believe is it surrebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I have.
And associated exhibits?
Correct.
Do you have any changes or corrections to those testimony or exhibits?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that's in that testimony, would you give the same answers?
I would.
Have you prepared a summary of that testimony for the commission?
Yes.
Could you please provide that? Oh, Your Honor, I would like to, before we hear Mr. Fuller's summary, I would like to move for the admission of Mr. Fuller's rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony and associated exhibits.
Okay, without objection. that testimony and exhibits are admitted.
Mr. Fuller, could you please provide the summary that you've prepared for the commission?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chair Finn, Commissioner Clark, and Commissioner Harvey. My summary first addresses the methods proposed by the Division of Public Utilities, or DPU, and the Office of Consumer Services, or OCS, for forecasting test period property tax expense. And I will then briefly respond to transparency criticisms levied by DPU witness Mr. D'Ambrosia in Sir rebuttal testimony. Understandably, intervening parties have expressed concern about the variances between the forecast produced by PacifiCorp's property tax estimation procedure as compared to actual results for the years 2021, 2022, and 2023. The primary reason for those variances was volatility in key economic factors that affect the income approach to valuation, such as industry beta applied to market risk premium and 20-year Treasury yields. At the beginning of the pandemic, there was a significant step increase in the industry beta, and Treasury rates took a precarious dip from north of 2% in January 2020 to below 1% in early March 2020, before embarking on a multi-year rebound to north of 5% towards the end of 2023, and then maintaining between 4 and 5% since that time. PacifiCorp's property tax estimation procedure utilizes capitalization rates from our state's most recent actual assessments. The 2020 general rate case relied on 2020 capitalization rates when cost of capital was at its lowest. As the industry beta and Treasury rates trended higher, pushing the cost of capital or capitalization rates higher, PacifiCorp's estimation procedure lagged this growth. Because the year-on-year increases were significant, the variances between forecast and actual property tax expense were also significant. While the variance in the 2020 general rate case is undesirable, the company's estimation procedure did produce reasonable results in the 6 preceding Utah rate cases, as illustrated in Exhibit RMP RF-1S. The procedure also produced reasonable results for the company's 2019 and 2020 budgets, as illustrated in Table 1 of DPU witness Mr. Lee's direct testimony. In abandoning the company's long-standing property tax estimation procedure, DPU witness Mr. D'Ambrosia proposes a normalization method based on a 3-year historic average growth rate. DPU witness Mr. Lee proposes an approach that discounts PacifiCorp's procedure using a factor meant to anticipate future successful property tax appeals. And OCS witness Ms. Ramis proposes an approach that discounts PacifiCorp's procedure based on the difference between PacifiCorp's budgeted and actual results for the calendar years 2021, 2022, and 2023. When considering these competing proposals, I urge the Commission to reject the proposals put forward by DPU witness Mr. Lee and OCS witness Ms. Ramis. The company does not support the proposal by DPU witness Mr. D'Ambrosia due to the subjectivity of the approach. In direct testimony, Mr. D'Ambrosia speculates that his approach is more likely to approximate amounts RMP is likely to actual experience. But in fact, we have seen that is not always the case. In past rate cases, the DPU and OCS have recommended normalization methods similar in concept to Mr. D'Ambrosia's. And while the outcome produced by the DPU for the 2020 rate case was more accurate than the company's property tax estimation procedure, as illustrated in Exhibit RMP RF-1S, the outcomes produced by the OCS for the 2007 and 2008 rate cases were not. With respect to Mr. Lee's proposal, the assumption that past experience with property tax appeals is indicative of future experience is not substantiated by the record in this general rate case. and the OCS proposal is far too unconventional to be used as a method for forecasting property tax expense. Notably, out of the 5 years of budget to actual variance presented at line 1,108 of Ms. Ramos's direct testimony, the 2 years with small variances, 2019 and 2020, were excluded from the development of the discount factor. Other concerns with the OCS proposal include the fact that Ms. Ramos continues to base the adjustment on PacifiCorp's originally filed estimate of test period property tax expense rather than PacifiCorp's update, and Ms. Ramos has not attempted to demonstrate through historic analysis or otherwise that this approach produces reasonable results or can be consistently applied. In contrast, the company's procedure has been consistently applied since, to the best of my knowledge, 2007. It is the only method before the commission that is objective, employs the valuation methods actually used by the taxing authorities, and is repeatable without bias. The company acknowledges that in some years, its procedure may produce results that are closer to actuals than others. Based on the past rate cases I mentioned, the same can be said for normalization approaches similar to that proposed by DPU witness Mr. D'Ambrosia. In that regard, if choosing between the two, I recommend approving the company's forecast of 2025 property tax expense. Finally, I would like to briefly address Mr. D'Ambrosia's testimony about a lack of transparency on the part of PacifiCorp with respect to federal taxes. To my knowledge, at no time prior to his SUR rebuttal testimony did Mr. D'Ambrosia raise any of these concerns to PacifiCorp or the commission, either informally or formally, including on 2 live Teams meetings proactively coordinated by PacifiCorp for the benefit of Mr. D'Ambrosia.
You may continue.
For PacifiCorp, this was surprising testimony, and Mr. D'Ambrosia stands alone in his criticisms. Respectfully, the company would request that the commission withhold taking any action on its related recommendations without first affording the company a meaningful opportunity to respond to a characterization we completely disagree with. This concludes my summary.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fuller.
We'd like to make Mr. Fuller available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Ms. Schmidt?
No questions.
Okay. Mr. Snar?
Yes, I have just a few questions.
Please.
And pursuant to your direction, we're going to try to make this painless.
Okay. Thank you. It was only a suggestion, not a direction, but that would be great.
Good morning, Mr. Fuller.
Good morning.
Your current position is Vice President of Tax, is that correct?
Correct.
And when did you assume that position?
Just earlier this year.
Okay. But with respect to the property tax estimation procedures, you use the same procedures as your predecessors used?
Correct.
Okay. So there's a consistency through the years with the procedures you've been using?
Correct.
Okay. And are those the procedures you use to derive both property tax budgets as well as forecasting property tax expenses in a rate case?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe that your procedures that you use provide a predictable outcome?
Well, as I stated in my testimony, it produces an accurate outcome using the methods used by the states to assess our property taxes based on things that we know at the time that the estimate is made.
Now, the budgeted property taxes for 2021 were approximately $27.5 million higher than the actual property taxes that year. Is that right?
That's correct.
And looking at 2022, the budgeted property taxes were?
Your Honor, this is not an objection, but maybe a clarifying question. If Mr. Snar could direct us to, he seems to be reading from some sort of testimony or document, maybe he could direct us to that.
Is there something you're reading from that the witness could have in front of him? Is it just your notes, or is it pre-filed?
It's my notes that it relies primarily on the testimony of our witness, Ramos. So I think there's a schedule in her testimony that I'm utilizing.
I recall something in her testimony about by year, the difference between estimated and actual.
Yes.
Do you,
I believe that's on page 49 of the direct.
Thank you.
Yes.
and so you have that in front of you?
I do.
Okay, so continue then. Thank you for the clarification there,
Thank you.
Mr. Kumar.
Just looking at 2022, the difference between your budgeted property tax and the actual was 29.5 million.
Yeah, I think we have this off a little bit here, so I'll just restate the numbers in
Okay.
Ms. Ramos's table, if that's okay?
Sure.
Okay. So for 2021, the difference stated is $29.5 million.
Okay.
And for 2022, the difference stated is $32.9 million. I'll just, for the record, state that number in the actuals includes a $20 million refund, so we would not have tried to project that. So if you removed that amount, the actual variance is closer to 11 million. And then in 2023, the variance stated is $28.6 million.
Okay. I appreciate your clarifications. Thank you. Now, the recommended level of property tax expenses for the test period in the rate case in this proceeding is $179,729,000. Is that right?
No, that's not correct. We submitted an update in rebuttal.
Was that the initial request?
That was the initial, correct?
Okay, and that's been reduced by approximately $12 million?
Yes, the update the update in rebuttal is to 162 million approximately.
Okay. Now, just to summarize, again, I'm just trying to set forth the positions of the parties. Isn't it true that OCS witness Ramos has recommended an amount of $150 million or $29.5 million less than what was initially proposed by the company?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay.
No questions, thank you.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Russell, none. We already think we have a standing understanding. You don't have any questions in this part of the proceeding. Ms. Hayes?
No questions from WRA either. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kumar, do you have some redirect?
Just a few questions.
Please.
Mr. Snar directed you to that table in Ms. Ramos's testimony regarding the actual and budgeted differences between the company's property taxes. Could you please describe to the commission some of the drivers and maybe events that resulted in those differences?
Yeah, certainly. So as I stated, we hold certain numbers constant from the last valuation that we received that are difficult or not knowable. And so the 2021 property tax expenses would have been based on 2020 assessments. And at the time, my predecessor, I believed that 20-year Treasury yields would continue to decrease as they were, and that was true, and that did happen. But also, what happened was the industry beta increased substantially from about 58% to 87% that year, and so that had a very significant upward increase in the capitalization rates, which had an effect of lowering the assessed values. And so that was what happened in 2021. In 2022 and 2023, it was primarily the Treasury yields coming up so rapidly. And again, we were holding 20-year Treasury yields constant in our estimate based on the last assessments. And so that rapid increase from approximately 1% going all the way up to north of 5%, we were lagging that increase in 20-year Treasury yields.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. We'll turn to Commissioner Harvey.
Thank you. Just to follow up on something you said a minute or two ago, is it your testimony that your department tries to forecast the assessed tax bills?
Well, we do try to make a forecast of the assessed values. So we take the last assessed values, so the actual assessments issued to us by the states, and then we update those for certain known items, primarily operating income and for the income approach, and new additions to capital for the cost approach. And then we hold other things constant. But yeah, we try to update what the assessed value will be.
And so you're not trying to estimate what PacifiCorp will necessarily end up paying.
Well, once we have the assessed values, then we can apply the property tax rates to those assessed values to come up with an actual estimate of property tax expense.
Yeah, right, and that would be the actual bill that's sent, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
But what I'm getting at is you're not necessarily, you mentioned in an answer, trying to come up with the amount PacifiCorp is going to pay, because they may contest a tax, they may get a rebate, whatever. You're just trying to do the very first step in that process, what the initial bill is.
Yeah, correct. We don't forecast any outcomes for appealed assessments.
Okay. So if the expected bills, based on the assessed amounts, are what are included in rates, then ratepayers would receive no benefit from tax reductions obtained by PacifiCorp. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, if it doesn't fall during a test period especially, and you know, we can't, the property tax appeals process is lengthy and unpredictable. And so, for example, you know, we had appealed, and I think there's some testimony in the case that we appeal every year, but that's not exactly how that works. So for example, in Utah, we did appeal, say, 2015, but then you continue to do a protective appeals subsequently as those cases are being decided. We subsequently appealed 2020, and then that took a long time to process through. So then we have subsequent protective appeals. We can't know exactly where that process is going to end or what the amount's going to be. In the case of the Utah appeal, it ended with after the commission rendered its decision, but it could have gone on to district court or further.
And so the term used, protective appeals, I assume that means that whatever judgment is finally arrived at in the first, it flows through to the subsequent?
Correct.
Okay. All right. When an estimation method has worked well in the relatively distant past, but has not worked well in the recent past, can you explain to me why the commission should have confidence in that method going forward?
Yeah, it's a good question and a fair one. I think, you know, my observation is that the estimation procedure worked well in times where there was stability, and when we entered in that period of volatility, it didn't work as well. And so I think that we have a task to take back to think about how to deal with that a little bit better in this procedure. But I think that's the difference between the past and what happened in 21 through 23.
So your, I guess I'd say, implicit testimony is that you believe the test period year is characterized by stability and not by volatility?
Could you say that again?
Well, I'm trying to use the words that you just used in your answer, but you said that when the conditions were volatile,
yeah,
it didn't work well. Prior to that, when they were stable, it did. So are you implicitly saying that the reason you think we should continue to accept its use is that you think we're going into a stable period?
I think it has stabilized. You know, if you look at the 20-year, I mean, just some of these factors that I described, I think the 20-year yield is leveled out a little bit, fluctuating between 4 and 5. I think the industry beta hasn't changed much. And so I think there's a couple of factors that indicate stability. I think that there is, potential instability in net operating income with wildfire. So I'm not saying that there is no potential for instability. There's things we just can't know. And so, yeah, that's where I'd leave it, I guess.
All right. And then just to clarify a couple of terms, and this is the econometrician in me. You talked about you felt the method functioned without bias. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you understand, or let me rephrase that. What is your understanding of the difference between an estimator functioning without bias versus being consistent? Do you see a distinction there or not?
I'm not sure I know how to answer that question. So.
All right, let me give just a little bit more color there. If I'm, think for a moment, shooting at a target, say with a rifle or whatever, and I consistently, keyword, miss the bullseye by 4 inches to the left every time within a very tight pattern. Would you say I'm being consistent in my performance?
Yes.
Okay, but I have a bias in that I missed, and I missed the same way every time.
Fair enough.
Okay, so you testified without bias. To me, as the econometrician, that would imply that sometimes you'd be above, sometimes you'd be below.
I see.
But what I've seen in the record, it seemed to be in one direction.
Yeah, I think that when I've testified about without bias, I mean, we're not trying to, we're not making judgments in the process that are difficult to make. We're updating what we can know and not updating for what we can't know, and we do that each time. We don't, some years change that process, so maybe I should have said consistent.
Okay, so you're not, from using those terms as I would as an econometrician,
Right.
You're not using them that way. You're just using them to say you don't have ulterior motives in your department.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Clark.
I'd just like to give you an opportunity to point us to any specific rate filing that you're aware of where the company's forecast of property tax expense was lower than what it actually experienced.
Yeah, the only information that I have here in the record is the exhibit I produced with my server rebuttal testimony. I believe there's 2 years out of the 6. This is exhibit RMP RF-1S. And there's 2 out of those 6 years where the forecasted property expense was lower than the budgeted, or actual, sorry.
Right. And just for the record, would you, for those 2 years, what was the approximate dollar value difference?
It's just stated here under the difference for 2009, it was $745,000, and for the June 30th, 2010, it was $1.8 million.
Yeah, thanks very much.
I have no questions, Mr. Fuller. Thank you very much for your testimony. You can step down. You'll be excused as a witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think now would be a good time to take a break. We'll be back at 10:45. go back on the record. Before we have Rocky Mountain Power call their next witness, let's just talk a little bit about schedule for the rest of the day. Mr. Moskin and Commissioner Clark and I had a brief discussion. You were going to check on availability of witnesses. What can you report?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, so it's our intention.
Want to get on the mic? Or
I'll use my acting projecting voice as the chairman.
I would love to have you do that, but I'm not sure that the people will catch. Melissa says they won't catch it on the stream.
Thank you. We are going to, after Mr. Elder, call Ms. McCoy so that we can try and accommodate Mr. Snar. And then, depending on where we are in the day and everything else and what happens with lunch break, we could either move in directly into the must call other witnesses or do Eller at that time. We'll be flexible with Eller.
Yeah, I'd prefer we move Eller. Tomorrow we also have 4 witnesses, but the estimation on Cross is such that we could, there's a possibility we could do Eller, Kelly, Boothman, and Mitchell in addition to the witnesses that have to appear tomorrow. But I would say that will conclude your witnesses for your case in chief. Will it not? If we did Mr. Eller first thing tomorrow, I mean, let's have him available if by some chance we get done. But we'll put him last today or first tomorrow.
That's fine. And yes, other than Mr. Jones, who will testify with
the stipulation issue.
Correct.
And that's on the 16th, right?
Correct.
So we'll plan on that.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Pardon me? The division, if the chair would like and permit it, the division requests that Mr. Snar go ahead of the division in the cross-examination order for Ms. McCoy, just to make sure that he has his chance easily.
That would be just great. We're happy to accommodate that.
Thank you.
Not a problem. Okay, so we'll proceed then with your next witness.
Chair, the company next calls Lee Elder to the stand.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Elder, come forward. Mr. Elder, will you raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the Public Service Commission of the State of Utah shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You may be seated. One preliminary matter I need to mention. I was reminded during the break, we're having some, now I may be a culprit, but I understand that people can hear me, and so I have a tendency to speak like that, but this is picking me up. But some of you are not speaking close enough into the mic. I think has it been mostly the witnesses that you've had a hard time hearing? So make sure that microphone is close to you when you speak, and council could do the same, because apparently we're having some difficulty of folks hearing us on the streaming feed. Okay. With that, Ms. Scarcella, please.
Thank you. Mr. Elder, can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Kenneth Lee Elder, E-L-D-E-R.
And who are you employed by and in what position?
I'm employed by PacifiCorp, and my position is Load Forecast Manager.
And can you describe your responsibilities in that role?
Yes, I'm responsible for producing the company's long-term load forecasts, which informs regulatory proceedings. The company's integrated resource plan goes to finance, also serves in front office operations.
And did you cause to be filed in this proceeding direct testimony and rebuttal testimony with Exhibit KLE-1R?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to either your direct or rebuttal testimonies?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would?
At this time, Chair, I would like to move for admission of Mr. Elder's direct and rebuttal testimony and the associated rebuttal exhibit.
Okay, thank you. Without objection, those are admitted.
Mr. Elder, did you prepare a summary for today?
I did,
Can you please read that for us?
certainly. And before I do, is my mic working? Well, okay, good. Good morning, Chairs Finn, Commissioner Harvey, and Commissioner Clark. I am here today to discuss the company's load forecast used in this proceeding. The load forecast methodology used in this current proceeding is consistent with prior Utah rate cases, which uses a sound methodology and produces reasonable results. System-wide, the 2025 test year for this proceeding is forecasted to be 10.2% higher than the 2021 test year used in the 2020 rate case. For Utah, the 2025 test year for this proceeding is forecasted to be 15.9% higher than the 2021 test year used in the 2020 rate case. For both the system and for Utah, this is due to expected data center growth and residential sales expectations. My rebuttal testimony responded to concerns raised by Office of Consumer Services, or OCS, witness Ms. Ramos, and Utah Division of Public Utilities, or DPU, witness Mr. Wheelwright, and recommendations made by DPU witness Mr. Pohl. Ms. Ramos and Mr. Wheelwright expressed concerns regarding the vintage of forecasts used in this filing. Additionally, Mr. Wheelwright expressed concerns that the forecast is too high. The May 2023 load forecast used in this proceeding was the most recent forecast available at the time of filing in June of 2024. The company updated its class-level energy and peak forecast in May of 2024, but the rate schedule level forecast for pricing cost of service and the hourly forecast for net power cost teams were not completed until June of 2024, which was too late to conduct the necessary modeling, analysis, and testimony creation for this proceeding. Of note, when comparing these vintages of forecasts on a system-wide basis, the May 2024 vintage of the forecast is 1% lower than the May 2023 forecast, while Utah is 2% lower. In addition to relying on a regression-based approach to develop its forecast, the company also creates individual customer forecasts. These forecasts are created in coordination with the company's regional business managers. For individually forecasted data center customers, the company takes a conservative approach to developing its large customer forecasts. For example, the company has discounted new data center customer projections by 90% from the customer-provided ramps for the test year in this proceeding. This discount is based on the company's observed behavior of existing data center customers and how their loads have materialized over the past. Mr. Poe recommends that the company provide a narrative justification for the inclusion of all independent variables in their models. In my rebuttal testimony, I discussed how the economic drivers used by the company exhibit a statistical and logical relationship. For example, non-manufacturing employment, i.e. employment in commercial facilities, is directly correlated with commercial load. My rebuttal also provided support for the use of select dummy variables. Additionally, there are variables included because they are required for econometric and statistical reasons, such as autoregressive terms that are required to eliminate autocorrelation in time series models. There was also recommendations offered by DPU witness Mr. Pohl regarding the company making customer-specific and sensitive information available to the Commission and to interveners. The company takes its obligation to protect sensitive customer information seriously and makes its best effort to not disclose information that could put customers at a competitive disadvantage. The company is concerned that if this information is disclosed, it could possibly become available under the Utah Government Records Access and Management Act. That being said, the company is willing and has always been willing to work with DPU staff to establish mutually agreeable protections to share commercially sensitive information. If the Commission chooses to modify or update the forecast in this proceeding, it would be prudent to require updating all the components of the case that rely on load forecasts as an input, including not only the apportionment of revenue requirements, but also revenues, the calculation of net power costs, and the allocation of costs to the resulting rate schedules. For these reasons, I recommend the Commission to approve the company's proposed load forecast. Thank you.
Mr. Elder is available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Garcella, and thank you, Mr. Elder. We're going to turn to Mr. Snar first.
That's on the next witness.
Oh, okay.
But we have no cross at this witness.
Well, I turned to you first anyway, and
Thank you.
now we'll turn to, maybe we'll just keep that order going now that I started for the next witness, okay? All right, I'm sorry. Ms. Schmidt.
Thank you. I have just a few questions, Mr. Elder. So is it correct that the company has produced a new load forecast?
That is correct.
And when was that produced?
May of 2024.
And is that load forecast included in the, I'm going to call it numbers for this rate case?
No, ma'am, they are not. We relied on the May 2023 vintage of the forecast for this proceeding.
Could you please give us an indication of what the new load forecast states?
In my summary, I mentioned it, but again, it's at a system-wide basis, it's about 1% lower, and on a Utah basis, it's 2% lower.
Thank you. And I have just one last question that comes from your summary. In your summary, you said that the company was willing to work with and has always been willing to work with the division to get commercially sensitive information. Will the company work with the division to get the information from Washington regarding what was discussed yesterday? I have not seen the bill, so I do not know if the bill prohibits it or if, like I believe was referenced with regard to the California similar protections, if there is a way for the division to get that through permission. Will the company work with the division to get that?
My comments or my statements are directed toward load forecasts, and sensitive information has been requested as part of my filing, my direct. I cannot speak to what you're talking about with regard to Washington and California. I'm sorry.
With regard to that, I believe the division is going to make a data request to get that information on an expedited timeline if possible.
Okay, let's have either Ms. Garcella or Mr. Kumar talk about, give some more explanation as to what's going on here, what's being requested.
I'm not sure I have more explanation. I have more questions, Chairman.
Yeah, and then I think you could ask those for clarification. I want to understand exactly what's being asked here.
Ms. Schmidt, are you referring to the confidentiality requirements around the purchase of allowances?
Yes.
That is not, I don't believe that is in any way involved in Mr. Elder's load forecast.
Hold on just one moment, please. I was just asking my question with regard to his statement that the company has always worked with the division. Perhaps I should address that with perhaps Ms. McCoy, or with whom can I address that? Or with whom do you suggest I address that?
Are you asking questions regarding the company's strategy around the purchase of allowances?
No, I'm asking questions on what has been purchased.
What has already been purchased?
Yes.
I think those questions would have been appropriate to Mr. Wilding. And I think that to the extent that we are talking about that, I guess I'm just a little confused because it's sort of well outside the scope of both Mr. Elder and Ms. McCoy's testimony. And I'm not sure. The information that has been included in this case from Mr. Mitchell is based entirely on publicly available data. We've designed the forecast in order to ensure that so that we wouldn't run into an issue where there wouldn't be an ability to regulatorily review what we're including in our forecast.
Okay, so let me just interject here. Ms. Schmidt, I think that with respect to this witness, I will consider your request withdrawn, and you can further decide what you want, if you want to bring this issue up again and request something to be provided, or data request, or talk to another witness about it. But it's been represented, this is outside the scope of Mr. Elder's job responsibilities, and you could ask that to clarify with him if you'd like, and then we can move on.
I would like to withdraw the question.
Okay, all right. Okay, other questions? Ms. Schmidt?
Sorry, no other questions, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Ms. Caviglia?
No questions, thank you.
Captain George?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Russell?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, we already know Ms. King and Mr. Jensen's position.
I'm sorry, I do have one more.
Please, go ahead.
And it directly pertains to your testimony, so I'm in that box again. Can you tell me when the last 3 load forecasts were prepared by the company?
The prior forecast, we typically produce our forecast in the spring of every year. Yeah, generally speaking, May, June timeframe is when our forecasts are completed.
And so there would have been one in May, June of '24, one in May, June of '23, and one of May, June in '22?
Generally speaking, that's correct.
Have you done load forecasts at other times from '22 to '24?
Since my being at the company, the forecast I've always produced, we would start that process early in the year. Typically, it would begin February timeframe, whereas certain aspects of the forecast would even start earlier than that. Like, for example, the individual customer forecast would even start, in the December timeframe. But in earnest, running the models and such would begin February, and that process would run all the way through, May, June timeframe.
And so the last forecast that the company has run, I believe you said was in May or June of this year. Is that right?
May of 2024.
May of 2024. And that is not included in the data for this case.
It is not the forecast being relied on in this proceeding.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions. Thank you for the opportunity to redeem myself.
No redemption was necessary. You're doing just fine. Thank you. Ms. Hayes?
No questions, thank you.
Okay.
No
Ms.
redirect,
Scarcella?
yeah.
Okay, all right. We'll turn to Commissioner Harvey.
Thank you. So just comparing the forecast that's in the case versus the most recent that you mentioned in your answers. You mentioned that for the total company, or I believe, and I'm asking for confirmation, that the total load forecast was 1% lower than what's included in the case?
That's correct.
And that the Utah portion of that forecast is 2% lower?
That's correct. And I should clarify, this is retail sales is what I'm talking about here. So retail level forecast.
Which is a big portion. Yeah. Okay. So in terms of the proportion of the system responsibility through some of the factors, that allocate costs between the states?
Yes.
Like the generation factor or other factors. If Utah's this most current forecast has a 2% lower number and the whole system is only 1% lower, if the new forecast were used, the proportion of the system costs that are allocated to Utah would decrease slightly.
I'm a bit over my ski tips with regard to that. you know, I produce the forecast, it goes to
Fair.
Ms. McCoy, and, but,
That's fair.
yeah.
Let me ask a different question that's related. Is the proportion of the system that Utah represents in terms of the percentage of the total retail sales in your forecast, would that be increasing or decreasing between the forecast that's in the case and the most recent forecast?
Talking about proportions, Utah would be declining relatively. So, yeah, the answer is proportionally, they would decrease.
Okay, thanks. Excuse me.
I should say, subject to Shelly McCoy telling me that I have messed that up.
Okay,
but, yeah.
noted. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'd like to talk a little bit about the data centers. I read in your testimony and heard in your summary that Pacificor has had extensive experience, and based on that experience, they reduced the ramping of how soon that load is going to come on the system.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I think you described that as a 90% reduction?
Yeah, in this proceeding, it ended up being 90% in the 2025 test year. You know, different years. So let me expand on the answer here a little bit. So our experience here, what we've done is we've conducted analysis of existing customers. Like you said, we've had customers on our system for some time, since 2000s. And we looked at how those particular customers, the ramps they provided to us, what that looked like, and then looked at what they actually did in terms of those ramps, and conducted just a very simple analysis of here's what that proportion is relative to their ramps. And, you know, so the first year, it's approximately 90% lower of what they said they would say do, but that percentage changes throughout the analysis.
Right. Okay. And just for my clarity, what we mean by that is that there's an initial, or what the company means by that, is there's an initial reduction in what you expect to see versus what they said.
Correct.
But then that eventually gets up.
It changes over time, depending on that analysis is what it does ramp up.
I'm sorry, I should clarify. I mean, for the individual customer that you've reduced, you have some expected ramp.
Correct.
And you're, okay.
Yes.
All right. So with respect to the forecast then, are you doing that for customers that have expressed, or data centers that have expressed an interest, that have some type of a contractual obligation, or are essentially here already? Who are you including in the process?
That's a great question. So there are a lot of data centers, I'm sure you're aware, that are interested, have expressed interest in coming to Rocky Mountain Power. Our forecast relies on discussions with regional business managers. And regional business managers have, you know, and a very good knowledge of these customers, have, you know, information on their contracts, where they are at in the contractual stage. Every data center that's included in our forecast does have a contract. There is a contract, different level of contract. There's 3. So depending on information around contract status, input from the regional business managers about how real this particular customer is, and then we make decisions about including in our forecast.
Okay. So the fact that a data center has come to Rocky Mountain Power, Pacificor, and said, hey, I want to find out what it's going to cost, that's not enough.
That's true.
To get them into this forecast. They actually have to have some skin in the game.
Correct. It has to be pretty high probability that this customer is going to come to fruition.
Okay. So I'm not asking about any specific amount of customers. I just want to talk about a proportion, but thinking about the number of requests or interest, expressions of interest you've had versus how many might be included in the forecast. Can you give me some type of an idea of the drop-off?
So I mentioned this, I think it was my rebuttal, where I talk about nearly 5,000 gigawatt hours of requested load from new data centers, of which we only included 10% of that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah, that's okay. No.
I must have glossed over that little bit, but sorry. All right. Then just an econometrician question. You talked about autocorrelation. And I'll preface this with that my econometrician education was 30 years ago, but I do remember it. My understanding is you can't actually eliminate the effects, you can just dampen them.
Yeah, that is correct. You do your best to control for it. Autocorrelation and time series data, as I'm sure you're aware, autocorrelation, time series data is very, autocorrelation is persistent in time series data, and it requires correction, dampening of that impact for variables that have residuals or dependencies in prior periods. You can't always eliminate all of it, yeah.
So in terms of what you're trying to do, you're trying to get an estimate that you can view as being more precise rather than accept a wider variance?
Correct. You gotta, if you, problems with autocorrelation, if you don't correct for it, your model has an issue with specification. You have some variables that could very well be statistically significant when you look at them, but when you actually correct for the dependency in those time frames, then you can actually get a model that is more accurate. You miss specification issues if you don't correct for it.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
I have a couple of questions regarding page 8 of your rebuttal. I just am looking for a little more precise understanding regarding the customers that are new, potential new customers, starting at line 147 on page 8.
I'm there. Thank you.
Okay. And this is roughly the 5,000 gigawatt hours that you, I think, spoke of a moment or two ago. As determined by signed agreements is on line 149. That's what I'm interested in. Is what kind of agreement are you referring to there?
So there are these customers have could be one of three different agreements. ESA is kind of the lower rung. It's where, kind of sign up and do a system impact study. The customer is interested in doing a system impact study. That's the first level. The next level is the engineering materials procurement agreement, IMPA, in the biz. That's the next level where we have a cost share arrangement established with the customer. And then MESA, which is, the final agreement we would have with a particular customer, the most, prominent agreement you would have with a particular customer.
And in which of those does the customer undertake financial obligations of significance?
I think all these customers have spent money. I don't know. So IMPA is where we would have a cost share agreement with the customer. Anything we would spend for that particular project to be developed would be an agreement with them that they would have to, pay that back. So regarding your question, I think that's probably what you're asking about.
And would you typically sign that when the data center's constructed, or when it's still being contemplated and before you would have begun to construct any associated facilities?
I don't know if I'm the best person to answer this, because this is kind of the regional business manager world. I might, and I don't know if we have anybody here as a witness that could speak to this, but
Well, if you can't, I understand.
Yeah, I don't think I can. But maybe we can answer questions you have as a bench request.
Let me take a run at the Mesa agreement. Is that, are the customers, does the customer's data center physically exist when that's signed typically, or do you know the answer to that?
I don't know the answer to that, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have no questions. Mr. Elder, I think we're finished with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Step down. Okay, are we ready for Ms. McCoy? Okay, all right, let's proceed.
The company would like to call Ms. McCoy to the stand.
Ms. McCoy, welcome. Would you raise your right arm? Ms. McCoy, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter pending before the Public Service Commission of the State of Utah shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you very much. You may be seated.
It's getting a little crowded up here.
Do you need all of these other documents? We could remove some of them if that would help.
I don't know that I do, but, I mean, if it's all right, I can just set the binders down here on the floor?
You can do whatever you want with them except throw them away. Yeah, I want you to be able to have enough room up there.
I mean, frankly, I'm not very tall. I could stack them up and nobody'd be able to see.
Well, we can see you, so you're fine just the way you are.
Ms. McCoy, could you please state and spell your last name for the record?
Yes. Shelly E. McCoy. First name is S-H-E-L-L-E-Y. Last name McCoy, M-C-C-O-Y.
And how are you employed by the company?
I am employed as the Director of Revenue Requirement.
And could you please describe a little bit about what being the Director of Revenue Requirement entails?
Yes. I am responsible for overseeing the calculation of the company's regulatory results of operations and revenue requirement, in particular for rate cases. I also oversee the application of the interjurisdictional allocation methodology for all 6 states that PacifiCorp serves.
Now, Ms. McCoy, you have filed, I believe, 3 pieces of direct testimony. To the extent that the direct on the test period, I'm not sure to the extent it's been admitted, so I'm going to move it again. But you have direct testimony on the test period, and then direct testimony in this proceeding, and then amended direct, along with rebuttal testimony, and then associated exhibits.
And sir, rebuttal testimony.
And sir, I apologize.
Yeah,
And sir, rebuttal testimony as well.
So I don't know how this works, but I also had filed testimony in the deferral docket, and I don't know if we need to admit that here or if that comes in phase 3. I have a lot of testimony on the record.
Yeah, yes, because you filed your direct testimony, obviously, understandably, before we set up a phase 3. So to the extent your testimony on the latest wildfire mitigation plan can be deferred to phase 3, we want to do that.
Okay.
If you're going to talk about the approved plan and the costs associated with that in your testimony, you can do that as your counsel directs.
Sure.
We're not going to, let me just say this, to the extent you want to defer all the wildfire, you may not, but to the extent you want to defer all the wildfire discussions to phase 3, that's fine too.
Okay.
So it's however you and your counsel decide to go forward with that.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, with those documents identified, do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you those questions today, would you give the same answers?
Yes, I would.
We're going to do that right now. He's gonna do that right now.
Yeah, that's my next question. I'd like to move for the admission of Ms. McCoy's multiple pieces of direct testimony, rebuttal, and surrebuttal testimony in this proceeding.
And the number of exhibits that are attached
And
to
the,
them.
and the attached exhibits.
Yes, yes. Okay, without objection, okay, they are admitted.
Ms. McCoy, have you prepared a summary of your many pieces of testimony
Yes, I have.
for the commission?
Yes.
Could you please provide that summary?
Yes. Good morning, Chair Finn, Commissioner Clark, and Commissioner Harvey. My testimony explains and supports the calculation of the $330.2 million overall revenue increase requested in this case, representing a total Utah allocated revenue requirement of $2.9 billion. This $330.2 million revenue increase includes a significant reduction from the company's initial application due to adjustments presented in my amended direct, rebuttal, and surrebuttal testimony. Adjustments include numerous corrections and adjustments proposed by intervening parties. By themselves, the company accepted corrections and adjustments that reduce the overall revenue increase by approximately $51.3 million and incorporates a more accurate forecast for pro forma plant additions, a revised property tax estimate, certain accounting corrections, and partial acceptance of adjustments to items such as construction work in progress, write-off expense, or normalized uncollectible expenses. Additionally, in my surrebuttal testimony, I identified another $1.3 million revenue requirement reduction associated with an error in accumulated deferred income taxes, bringing the requested increase in this case to $330.2 million. As it stands today, a number of adjustments remain at issue in this case. I will not address all of the adjustments that remain at issue, but instead focus my attention only on a few. Cash working capital. DPU witness Mr. Orton recommends the Commission adopt the use of an average cash working capital balance based on amounts approved from the prior 3 general rate cases. Cash working capital is an important aspect of revenue requirement as it represents compensation for the cash outlay required to operate the company prior to receiving payments from customers. The amount requested in this case is based on the same calculation used in many prior Utah general rate cases. This calculation considers 2 main components: forecasted test year expenses and inputs supported by the company's 2022 lead lag study. Mr. Orton's analysis is only looking at the absolute change in value with no regard to any of the company's underlying inputs. Importantly, Mr. Orton takes no issue with either of the significant underlying inputs used in the company's calculation of cash working capital. It is clear Mr. Orton only takes issue with the product of this calculation. Mr. Orton's recommendation lacks evidence and should be rejected. Injuries and damages. DPU witness Mr. D'Ambrosia proposed an adjustment to remove injuries and damages expense from the test year, as he states they are not ongoing and should be normalized. He also suggests that many of these costs are based on wildfires that were not attributable to Utah. The company disagrees with this adjustment. Going back to a 2007 general rate case docket filed by the company, the Commission order adopted the use of a historical average as more appropriate for utility rate making. In my experience, the use of a historical average is frequently used for costs that are variable and difficult to forecast. The mere use of a historical average that includes expenses in all 3 years demonstrates that these are ongoing expenses. Mr. D'Ambrosia provided additional arguments that a number of the injury and damage claims against the company were for items outside of Utah. The company's adjustment presented for injuries and damages is not seeking recovery of any specific claim, but rather uses a commission-approved normalization methodology for calculating an estimate in the test year. Additionally, Mr. D'Ambrosia takes issue with the use of the system overhead, or SO, allocation factor for the allocation of these costs. The SO factor has consistently been used to allocate the costs in FERC Account 925, Injuries and Damages, in accordance with the 2020 protocol. Mr. D'Ambrosia points to the allocation of wildfire mitigation costs as an example of costs that are allocated on a situs basis, but what Mr. D'Ambrosia fails to acknowledge is that most of the wildfire mitigation work is performed on the distribution system, which is the determining factor in the allocation of these wildfire mitigation costs. The distribution systems within each state benefit the customers in their respective states. Therefore, those costs are situs assigned accordingly. Looking at wildfire mitigation work performed on the transmission system, these costs are allocated on the system generation, or SG, allocation factor, as all customers benefit from PacifiCorp's ability to move power across its vast transmission network, no matter which state they live in, and those costs are then allocated accordingly. I recommend injuries and damages expense continue to be forecast for the test year using a normalized historical average and allocated on the SO factor. Klamath Hydro Facilities. UAE witness Mr. Higgins recommends adjustments for a variety of issues related to the Klamath Hydro Facilities. While these adjustments are addressed in my rebuttal testimony and the rebuttal testimony of company witness Mr. Hemstreet, I would like to reiterate my testimony on this topic. Mr. Higgins' adjustment focuses on a specific set of costs that were established in rates from the company's last general rate case. He recommends the Commission use this amount to buy down certain Klamath-related costs which are requested for recovery in this case. I disagree with this for multiple reasons. First, Mr. Higgins tried to establish that the company has over-collected funds on Klamath by using a myopic lens. The company manages many cost pressures from newly placed in service assets or increasing costs such as salaries, which is generally known as regulatory lag. While isolating these costs might lead one to the assumption of over-collection on Klamath, if Mr. Higgins were to consider all revenue requirement items, it would show that over-recovery was not realized by the company. In fact, the rate-making principle Mr. Higgins is recommending the Commission adopt mirrors what I commonly understand as retroactive rate-making. Retroactive rate-making is a practice of adjusting current rates for conditions from prior periods. Mr. Higgins' adjustments to reach back and apply prior period revenues to current period collections of Klamath should be denied. Overtime pay. DPU witness Mr. D'Ambrosia proposes 2 adjustments be made to overtime pay. The use of a 5-year historical average ratio of overtime pay to total labor to forecast this expense for test year, and an offset related to increased union employee headcount. My rebuttal testimony highlights 3 reasons Mr. D'Ambrosia's proposal to overtime pay should be rejected. First, while the company supports the use of an average to normalize certain costs, that calculation falls short on categories such as overtime pay, where the costs are increasing year after year, ultimately resulting in the inability for the company to recover prudently incurred costs. Second, Mr. D'Ambrosia makes an adjustment to offset a portion of overtime pay due to the increase in union headcount, but does not apply that adjustment to all associated cost categories, including 401k expense and pension costs. This fails to capture the additional offsetting costs as a result of high wage and benefit expense due to, as a result of higher wage and benefit expense due to this increased headcount. Lastly, Mr. D'Ambrosia's adjustment results in chronic under-recovery because it fails to consider the impact to overall labor costs of the underlying wage increase. Legal expenses. OCS witness Ms. Ramos and DPU witness Mr. D'Ambrosia proposed to remove a significant portion of the legal expenses incurred in 2023.
Consistent with past practice, to estimate costs that are difficult to forecast and increasing in nature, such as legal expenses, the company used 2023 actual costs as a proxy for expected legal expenses for the test year. Included in the company's 2023 legal expenses were litigation matters associated with wildfires. Ms. Ramos and Mr. D'Ambrosia remove all legal expenses associated with the wildfire litigation. I disagree with this adjustment. The company is using past period costs as a representation of future period dollars. This should not be mistaken for seeking recovery of prior period legal matters or even legal matters which may be incurred in the test year. My rebuttal testimony shows that during the first 3 quarters of 2024, legal expenses have actually increased from those experienced during the same time frame in the base period. Accepting the proposed legal expense adjustments would set the level of test period expenses less than actual incurred legal expenses since 2021 and clearly not reflective of conditions expected in the test year. An adjustment to legal expenses should be rejected. Wheeling revenues. OCS witness Ms. Ramos proposes an adjustment to increase the test year wheeling revenue forecast by including the 2024 estimated open access transmission tariff, or OAT, rate for a portion of the months in 2025. This rate is inflated due to it being estimated using actual 2023 FERC Form 1 data that includes accrued wildfire liability costs. This rate will be trued up in 2025 and overbilling amounts refunded to transmission customers. Including the OAT rate as proposed by Ms. Ramos will set an elevated level of wheeling revenues in base rates that are not expected to be realized in the test year. While actual wheeling revenues are trued up in the energy balancing account each year, setting the level of wheeling revenues in base rates too high will likely result in a future rate increase for Utah customers through the EBA. The company maintains its position that the amount as forecasted in its application are more reflective of anticipated 2025 wheeling revenues than the amount proposed by OCS. This adjustment should be rejected. Deferred wildfire mitigation costs. It is my understanding that the updated wildfire mitigation costs included in base rates, as well as amounts deferred in 2023 related to the 2023 Wildfire Mitigation Plan, will be addressed in Phase 3 of this proceeding. Related only to the amounts discussed in Phase 1, the deferred wildfire mitigation costs under the 2020 Wildfire Mitigation Plan, my direct and rebuttal testimony attempted to illustrate how the company has incurred incremental costs related to implementation of these increased wildfire efforts. Company witness Mr. Barth further addressed the increased work efforts that have taken place. I want to focus my attention on internal labor. OCS witnesses Ms. Ramos, and Mr. Vostog both have concerns that the internal labor cost is being double recovered as it is included in base rates, which is largely based on the analysis of headcount. The issue at hand is not and should not be an evaluation on every aspect of the company's operations, but rather only if the implementation of wildfire mitigation related costs have increased from the level forecasted in the company's 2020 general rate case. The deferred amounts are calculated by looking at total wildfire mitigation costs, and subtracting the costs included in base rates. Some months this deferral is a give back to customers, and some months it is a deferred cost to be recovered. When looking at this in total, we see that the cost to implement these programs has in fact increased, and the labor associated with this increased effort should be recoverable per the statute. Generation overhaul. DPU witness Mr. D'Ambrosia takes issue with the company's forecasted level of generation overhaul expense, in particular including a forecasted amount for the overhaul of Jim Bridger Unit 2. The company consistently includes generation overhaul expense using a 4-year historical average, as these expenses can fluctuate from year to year. In the event the company has a new generating unit, a 4-year forecast will be included in the average, as was done with the Lakeside plant when it was new. Jim Bridger Units 1 and 2 were converted to natural gas earlier this year, and only Jim Bridger Unit 2 is projected to have an overhaul in the next 4 years. As such, the forecast for Jim Bridger Unit 2 is included in the average expense, while nothing is included for Jim Bridger Unit 1. Mr. D'Ambrosia states that using a forecast is speculative and that because the units are new, they may not even need an overhaul for the next 4 years. I disagree with this premise. First, using a forecast for a new unit is an established practice that has been previously accepted by this commission. Second, to say that a new generation unit may not need an overhaul is akin to saying, my new car won't need an oil change because it's new. The level of expense included in the company's test year should be approved. This concludes my summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCoy. Do you have any questions for Mr. Kumar?
No, we'd like to make Ms. McCoy.
Okay, well, that's what I thought, but I thought I'd just ask. All right. I know who's going to go first. Mr. Snar.
Thank you. Ms. McCoy, thank you. I've been looking forward to taking care of this for personal reasons, but you've also done a good job in resolving many issues with our witnesses, so I appreciate that. Narrowing the focus on a few of them where we're still at odds, I'd like to ask just a few questions. With respect to the mitigation, wildfire mitigation costs, the deferred costs, you're aware that our OCS witness, Donna Ramos, has calculated the amount of those accrued expenditures that exceed the 2020 approved wildlife mitigation plan as $9,608,407. You're aware of that?
The $9 million is the amount she calculated associated with the 2023 plan. Yes, that is my understanding.
And you don't dispute that calculation, do you?
I have no reason to.
Okay. And that's what we'll talk about in phase 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Let's move to wheeling revenues now.
Okay.
With respect to the wheeling revenues that the company estimated for use in the 2025 test year, isn't it true that the company used its own calculated OAT transmission rate in deriving the forecasted wheeling revenues for the period of June 24 to May of 25?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
For the wheeling revenues that you've included, didn't you use something other than the actual FERC rate?
Oh, so as Mr. Vail discussed yesterday in the company's planning process, it does put forth a forecast of what it expects the rate will be, and that is the rate that was used. That is true. I will point out that the FERC OAT rate that is in place for June of 23 through, or I'm sorry, June of 24 through May of 25 is an estimated rate subject to true-up once the final 2024 FERC Form 1 is filed. And then the rate gets updated and a true-up occurs, which can include either a refund to transmission customers or additional billing amounts, depending on which way that rate goes, up or down.
Now, you were a participating witness in the company's last rate case, 20-03504, is that correct?
I was not, however, I was in revenue requirement at that time. I was,
Right.
I was a witness in the Oregon and Washington rate cases in those same years. Mr. McDougall was the witness in the Utah case.
All right. I'd like to focus on that case, however. I hope you're familiar with this, and if not, we can at least bring it current to your attention. I have just a short paragraph from the commission's order resolving that case in Utah that I'd like you to look at and refer to. I'm wondering if my co-counsel could bring that to your attention. And I'm going to read it, but I'll ask you to just confirm that I've read it appropriately, and I'll represent to council and the commission that it's on page 5 of the commission's order that resolved that 2020 rate case. And I'd like you to
So
look
this
at-
is the final order in the general rate case?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
And on page 5 of that order, there's a paragraph number 4, and I'll read it, and you can check whether I'm getting it correct.
You're on, Mr. Chairman, at this point, I'd like to object. It appears that we've only seen, I guess, a single excerpt from this order, and that the witness hasn't had a chance to essentially review any context for this single element. And, I mean, I don't have it either in front of me, and so I guess that I'm concerned that that this is essentially deriving a paragraph out of context from the commission's order that the witness is being asked to review.
Well, I think it's a good caution, but I'm going to overrule the objection at present, but will allow you to reassert it if you think that the question Mr. Snar asks is taking things out of context, or asking the witness to take things out of context. So let's just go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, my concern is also that we simply do not have the context because it appears only a page has been provided. And I'm trying to pull it up right now on my computer, but I don't have the.
Do we have the entire document here?
Mr. Chairman?
Be happy to get a full copy, and I can move to other elements, my cross, and we'll provide the whole document.
All right, well, so let's,
It won't take long.
No, but I want, if you want to ask some questions about it, we can come back to you on cross and go to somebody else. Right now, we can take a lunch break here after a while.
And
I'm only suggesting, I have several areas of cross, and this is only one element relates to wheeling revenue.
Yes, but do you want to ask questions about it if the entire document was provided?
Mr. Chairman, this may be somewhat useful. The binder of exhibits that UAE has provided, the cross-examination exhibits, includes the entirety of the redacted order. I assume that, and it's UAE cross-exhibit 2. I don't think you have that up there, Ms. McCoy, but I can bring up our binder.
Is it also DPU Exhibit 8?
It may well also be DPU Exhibit 8 as far as, so
it's in the record, but Mr. Kumar wants her to have it in front of her as well.
Right, yeah, and I can provide it if that's.
Yes.
That would work for us.
Okay, all right. Mr. Russell, thank you for solving our problem here. All right, so we're going to get the entire document in front of her, and then we'll allow you to proceed with your questions.
Thank you.
And I apologize, Mr. Snar, could you please reiterate what page we were on of the order?
It's page 5 of that order.
Thank you.
And it's paragraph number 4, and I'm happy to wait for a minute so people can find that, and so you can even review that. Go ahead.
Yep, while the discussion was ongoing, I read it.
Let me read it as part of my next question. RMP's rebuttal testimony updated its wheeling revenues forecast to reflect the transmission formula rate that the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, recently approved for Pacificor's open access transmission tariff. This update increased revenue requirements by $12.3 million. Now, did I read that correctly?
2.3 million.
2.3.
I think. I heard you say 12.3. It says 2.3 million. Otherwise, yes.
Thank you. Thank you for that correction. So in that case, the 2025 rate case, the company's use of the actual FERC rate was approved by this commission, and it benefited the company with an increase of about $2.3 million in revenue requirements. Is that right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, if we want to be consistent with what the commission accepted in that last rate case, wouldn't it be necessary to update the company's position in this case to reflect the actual FERC rate for the wheeling revenues?
So if that was the intent, yes. However, I will point out that the company believes that the 2024 estimated rate that is in place right now is inflated due to the fact that it includes costs from 2023 to estimate that rate. And so as a result, in setting the formula rate, and I'm not an expert, but I know enough about it, that there's an approximate 9% allocation of the company's administrative and general, or A&G costs, from the FERC Form 1, and in that category of costs includes the wildfire liability accruals that were made in 2023, which I believe are approximately $1.7 billion, and where, at this point anyway, it is not anticipated that that level of expense would be incurred in 2024. When the OAT rate is trued up, it will be lower than the current estimated rate in place. So I would say that, yes, while if we use that, it's consistent. However, trying to set the level of wheeling revenues at what is anticipated for 2025 potentially avoids having to collect money from customers from setting the wheeling revenues too high in base rates.
Thank you for your response. One of the witnesses for Rocky Mountain talked about the EBA, and that's where the wheeling revenues are credited back. Isn't that right?
That is correct. There's a comparison of the actual wheeling revenues to the amount included in base rates, and then it's trued up through the EBA.
And in connection with the EBA, the principle that I think was embraced by your witness, Joelle Stewart, said the EBA ensures that customers are only paying for costs the company actually incurs.
Yes, I believe she was referring to net power costs when she made that statement, but it is true also for customers receiving the benefit of wheeling revenues.
We could check, but she was referring to the EBA.
She was, but the EBA includes multiple components. It includes net power costs, production tax credits, and wheeling revenues. Wheeling revenues and production tax credits would be a benefit that's passed back to customers, whereas the net power cost is a cost. So it encompasses multiple things.
Our witness, Donna Ramos, addresses this question in her testimony. Would you agree that if a correction were to be made to represent the actual FERC OAT rate for the period of June 24 to May 25, that would have an effect of increasing the wheeling revenues by approximately $6 million on a Utah basis?
That, subject to check, that sounds about right.
All right, thank you. Were you here yesterday when Mr. Vail testified?
Yes, I was.
Now, just a couple of questions there. Is it true that the company has not included any forecast of wheeling revenues for the test period associated with the point-to-point transmission service agreement entered into in connection with that Gateway South transmission project?
That is my understanding based on Mr. Vail's testimony.
And you understand that that project was placed in service in November?
Yes.
And is it your understanding also that the point-to-point customer contract is anticipated to commence with service being provided as of January 1 of 2025?
That is my understanding based on Mr. Vail's testimony.
All right. And I believe he testified, and I hope I have the number right, but approximately $29 million of wheeling revenues on an annual basis would be associated with that contract?
I thought it was 26 million, but
Okay.
total company.
All right. All right, thank you. Let me move to another area now. We talked about the generation overhaul expenses. With respect to the Craig Unit 2, isn't it true that the Craig Unit 2 is scheduled for retirement in 2028?
That is my understanding.
And isn't it also true that between now and then, the company does not anticipate there will be any overhaul activities related to Craig Unit 2?
That is also my understanding.
Now, in the past, when new generation units came online, they were included in the number of generating units that were used to determine estimated overall expenses. Isn't that correct?
Yes, and in my summary, I included the example of Lakeside.
And such an inclusion
Lakeside.
Such an inclusion is consistent with presenting known and measurable changes that should be reflected in the test period, is that right?
That is correct.
Wouldn't it also be consistent to make known and measurable changes to eliminate generation units from the list of those units that would be where there's no anticipation of overhauls?
So I would again point to that adjustment is a normalizing adjustment where we take the average, and if you'll give me just a minute to flip to my, I believe it's in my rebuttal testimony, it actually shows what we've included. Yes. On page 15 of my rebuttal testimony, table 5, it lists out for the 4-year forecast, or the 4-year historical actual expenses by unit. And looking at that, you can see that not every unit has an overhaul in that 4-year time period. And so therefore, including all continued operating units in this historical average, we believe results in a fair normalized level of overhaul expense for the test year. In the event where a unit has retired, we would remove it. So I point back to, I believe in the 2020 case when Choya Unit 4 was retiring, we did pull that unit from the calculation of the average. Where the Craig unit is still operating and serving customers, we would include that expense. I mean, it is possible that that Craig unit won't have an overhaul in the next 4 years, but then there are other units that are listed in here where in the calculation of the average where there was no expense, then are likely to have an overhaul sometime in the next 4 years. So we're not forecasting for specific units, but rather trying to calculate an average expense based on the units that are operating at this time and will be operating in the test year.
I appreciate those clarifications. And my point is whether or not there ought to be one less unit in the total average in light of the anticipated retirement of Craig unit.
Right, and my response is it is still an operating unit, part of the generation fleet that's serving customers and should continue to be included until it's retired.
Let's move to litigation expense now. In looking at the past 4 years of legal expenses, it appears that legal expenses in 2023 jumped way up in comparison to the prior 3 years. Isn't that right?
That is what the accounting numbers tell me, yes.
And is it fair to say that the reason they jumped up was related to the fire litigation?
That is my understanding, is yes.
Now, with respect to fire risk, let's go back to Labor Day of 2020. That was the date of that fire in Oregon, right, or the related fires in Oregon?
Yeah, that weekend, I don't know if, I can't speak to if it was the specific day, but certainly that weekend, yes.
So the risks of fire and potential issues was present in 2020?
Yes.
And also present in 2021 and 22?
Right. I think we've had many discussions about the increasing risk of wildfire in this proceeding.
And yet the legal expenses really didn't jump up merely because we have a risk. It was really more related to the James case and the particular findings in the James case. Isn't that true?
I actually cannot speak to the specifics of the legal expenses, what they were for, what specific litigation they may relate to. So I just know that, yes, there's an increase and it's related to wildfire litigation.
Might we consider the legal expenses for 2023 as non-recurring?
Well, considering that in my rebuttal testimony, and I can find the reference, we have shown that in 2024, those legal expenses continue at a similar level. That would tell me that it is not non-recurring.
We can hope that it's non-recurring at some point in the near future.
We can hope, but I can't speak to whether or not they are. I am not involved in any of those litigation matters, and I don't have any insight into them either.
All right, let's turn now to the closure of Chala Unit 4.
Choya? Mm-hmm.
Choya, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
In response to OCS's position, you indicated that the company was concerned about disclosing any payments related to the closure of that unit in a specific amount because it was still subject to negotiations, isn't that right?
Yes, for the severance payments and the safe harbor lease payment.
And that's related to the establishment of the regulatory asset that you wanted to establish with the closure of that unit. Is that right?
Correct.
Isn't it true that the company could have sought approval to defer the cost once the settlement amount had been finalized?
Well, I believe that the intent was when the regulatory asset was established for closure costs, that the thought was that it would encompass all closure costs. And so we felt like they were already approved as part of the regulatory asset because the severance payments and the safe harbor lease were considered closure costs for that unit.
Wouldn't it be more typical to find out what the settlement amount is and then pursue the deferral?
Well, I would say that is why at the time of the last rate case, we did not include those specific dollar amounts because they were unknown. It would have been inappropriate to include them before we had a reasonable expectation of the amount and the timing of those payments.
All right. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Snar. We'll turn to the division.
May I interrupt with one more thing?
Sure.
It's been a pleasure being here, working with all of you on this very interesting case. But the major part of my work has been completed, and if I might be excused, I'd appreciate that.
Your work here is done. Will you be back for phase 2 or phase 3?
We're planning on it, just don't have our tickets purchased yet.
Okay, well then we won't say goodbye, we'll just say see you later.
Thank you
But
very
you may
much.
be excused, Mr. Snar. Thank you so much for your participation in phase 1. We'll just note for the record that the office still has representation here. The able Mr. Moore is still seated at council table. Okay, Ms. Schmidt?
I am wondering if the chair might like to call the lunch break now. During the lunch break, I could review my cross questions to see if I can eliminate any of them based upon Mr. Snar's questions.
Well, I don't have an objection to lunch break. I mean, I know we're going to have other cross, so it's, I don't want to have her on the stand until 1 or 1:15 or 1:30 without lunch. So let's take our lunch break now, unless there's any objection to that. Okay, we'll break for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
you're welcome, Mrs. McCoy. Yeah, you're the one who we really ought to be concerned about. So yes, let's take lunch for your sake and for Hope everybody had a nice lunch break as much as possible under the circumstances of what we're going through. But before we begin again with Ms. McCoy and the continued cross-examination, I want to just announce something that we've decided as a commission. As you know, we had a public witness hearing or public witness day this last Monday, and we've also received hundreds of comments from the public. I'm sensitive to the fact that we have within the state of Utah kind of a Wasatch Front and then rural Utah divide, if you want to call it that. I know Governor Cox is, who comes from rural Utah, has been said things about that rural divide before, and so we've decided we're going to hold a second public witness day in Cedar City, and you do not need to appear in person if you don't want to. We do need to have a representative of the parties of Rocky Mountain Power, at least. Obviously, you'd be on by video streaming, but if you would be nice to have somebody there in person. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to hold that hearing on the campus of Southern Utah University, SUU. Actually, we were trying to find other dates in January, but to accommodate the commission schedule and other hearings we have and the availability at SUU, we're going to hold this on Wednesday, January 29th at 4 p.m. At the hearing on Monday, we also actually got some requests from folks that we consider input from people in rural Utah. So that's our plan. Wednesday, January 29th, we'll start the public witness day at 4 p.m. We'll go as long as we need. Frankly, we'll be surprised if we're not out of there by 6 or 7 o'clock, but that's what we're going to do. We'll send out a notice and we'll to the parties. I could give you the room. It's the Starlight room in the Smith Student Center. But we'll send out a notice and then make that available to the public at large so they know. Okay, any questions on that before we move on? Okay. All right. We'll go forward with Ms. Schmidt's cross-examination. Are you ready to begin?
I am. Before I begin my cross-examination, though, I'd like to note that the order Mr. Snar referred to, the 2020 RMP rate case order, was previously admitted as DPU Exhibit Number 8. I'll note that I did not include a copy of the order on rehearing in that packet. I'm happy to supplement the record with that order on rehearing if desired.
Are you going to refer to it or use it at all?
No.
Mr. Kumar, do you need that in the record, the order on rehearing?
I don't believe so. As an order of the commission, I think we could all cite to it anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't even need to be admitted as an exhibit, but I think we're good. Let's go forward.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have a series of questions for you. The first one relates to something that you said in your summary. I believe that in your summary, you discussed the SO factor and referred to the company's transmission system. Was that correct?
Well, I referred to the company's transmission system in relation to how the allocation of wildfire mitigation costs are allocated based on the underlying equipment that's being worked on, and that transmission would be allocated on the SG factor.
I took a quick look, and I probably missed it, but could you please point us to where in your direct rebuttal or surrebuttal testimony you discussed that?
So it is not specifically discussed. However, Mr. D'Ambrosia raised that in his surrebuttal. as pointing to how wildfire-related costs can be allocated on different methodologies. I can, however, point, if you give me a moment, I can point to the exhibit in my testimony related to the baseline wildfire mitigation costs that would indicate the situs treatment for distribution and the SG allocation for transmission, if you'd like.
Yes, please,
All right.
if it wouldn't take too long for you to find it.
Now, just give me a moment.
Thank you. And which testimony is this exhibit attached to?
It's in my direct.
Thank you.
Sorry. As you probably are aware, I have a lot of exhibits.
And many, many pages of testimony.
Yes.
Actually,
there it is.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Oh, nope, sorry, that's the EBA base. Oh, there's that.
I think now that I know it's in your direct, I can find it.
Okay, yeah, I think it actually might be in my largest exhibit, in Exhibit 3, and it's reflected as one of the adjustments to O&M.
Don't feel any pressure to have to. Just take your time and find
Okay.
it. We're fine.
Okay.
We're not,
Okay.
we're doing really much better today on time than I thought we were going to be doing.
I feel like we are getting pretty close to back on schedule, as I
Yeah, I
was
think we are.
supposed
So
to be
so
on
you
midday
take your
today.
time and
So,
find it.
yep. Yes, so it's in adjustment 4.7 of my Exhibit 3. And so in particular, on page 90 of 480 in Exhibit RMP _ SEM-3, there is detail on the proposed level of baseline wildfire mitigation O&M, and you will see on there that the distribution costs for that are allocated on a Utah factor, which would indicate those are situs assigned to the state of Utah, and that the transmission costs are allocated on an SG factor, which would be the system generation, and indicate that those costs are allocated across the entire system to all 6 states.
Thank you very much. It would have taken me a very long time to find it.
You're welcome. I appreciate that. I have hundreds of pages of exhibits and testimony.
Turning now to a smaller subset of what you filed, if you could please turn to your rebuttal testimony. And if you could turn to page 14, where you begin discussing generation overhaul expenses. And in particular, I'd like you to turn to page 17, lines 302 to 304, and I'll wait until you get there and your counsel and you have had a chance to review that.
Okay, you said page 17?
Yes.
And 302 to?
304? And I'm going to read a sentence to you if you're ready.
Okay.
On lines 302 to 304, you state, quote, "The company has adopted the calculation as supported by Ms. Ramos, which fully replaces the historical 4-year average with a 4-year forecast of expenses." Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
Your Honor, at this point, I believe there may have been a word missing in that.
If you
4-year.
could, if you could correct me, I would, if the chair would allow that correction to be made, I would appreciate it.
Sure. What was the word that was missing?
I believe it was beginning at the end of line 303, historical 4-year average with a 4-year average forecast was the missing word that I noted.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So you take the 4-year historical average of generation overhaul costs, remove Jim Bridger units 3 and 4.
No, Jim Bridger units 3 and 4 are left in there. In our revised adjustment, we took out the historical cost for Jim Bridger units 1 and 2 because they had been converted to natural gas. And then we included the forecast overhaul expense for those 2 units, in which case Jim Bridger unit 1 was 0. And Jim Bridger unit, I do not remember the exact amount, but we were provided an estimate for Jim Bridger unit 2. I want to say it was in the range of $5 or $6 million. And that projected 4-year forecast for those 2 units was included in the average calculation we did for setting the level of generation overhaul expense.
Just a note, if you reviewed the response to the question in its entirety from line 301 to 315, that may shed more light on this.
Oh, yes. Thank you. I obviously mistyped something in my notes. So I'll try again with the correct units. So you take the 4-year historical average of generation overhaul costs, remove Jim Bridger units 1 and 2.
Correct.
Their historical overhaul expenses, and then you add Jim Bridger units 3 and 4 overhaul forecast expenses in 2028. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct. Then we added back in the forecast for Jim Bridger units 1 and 2 for the 4-year period of 25 through 28. And in that instance, there is not a forecast overhaul for Jim Bridger unit 1, so it would be 0. And then Jim Bridger unit 2 is a forecast of $5.8 million that we included in that average.
Thank you very much. I like your answer because it helps correct my misstatement and provides critical facts. So thank you again. Now, let's turn to page 19, lines 340 to 346.
Okay, I'm there.
I believe on those lines, you reject Ms. Ramos's adjustment to remove projected Craig Unit 2 overhaul expenses from the forecast, correct?
No, so when calculating
Pardon
this
me.
adjustment, so when we calculate this adjustment, we're using a 4-year historical average, and we are not projecting any particular overhauls for any specific units because it can vary from year to year in the number of units and the expense associated with that. And so what we do in that instance is we use a 4-year historical average based on those units that did have an overhaul in that time period. However, if we have a new unit or, as a good example in this case with Jim Bridger units 1 and 2, where they have been converted from coal-fired to gas-fired, it changes the underlying nature of the unit. We are using a projection because the expectation is that the overhaul expense associated with those units as gas-fired will be less than they are as a coal-fired unit. And so we've updated to include that projection to replace the historical amounts for those 2 units. And then Craig Unit 2 is a continuing unit that will continue to operate while it is expected to retire out at sometime at the end of 2028, I believe. It is still an operating unit included in the average that we've used. And as I explained earlier this morning when talking to Mr. Snar, that if you look at the 4-year historical average, not every unit has dollars in that 4-year historical period. So while there are dollars for Craig Unit 2, it's very conceivable that in the future there might not be dollars for Craig Unit 2, but there's going to be dollars for one of the other units. So the idea is to set a level of expense based on a historical average of spend where we have that data available to set a reasonable level in the test case, because again, this is a cost that can fluctuate quite a bit from year to year.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to move to the topic of legal expenses. I've edited my questions in a way that I hope has removed things Mr. Snar asked to avoid being duplicative. If you would turn to, I believe it's page 39 of your rebuttal, I'm looking for the sentence that states, "The company is not seeking recovery of specific legal expenses."
Can you point to the line number, please?
I can in just a moment. Thank you.
I believe it's 774.
Yeah, I mean, it starts on line 773. Importantly, this methodology is not seeking recovery of specific legal expenses, but rather trying to develop a normalized level of expense for the test year. Is that the line you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Hypothetically, if an expense is deemed imprudent, it is not generally included in rates, correct?
That is correct.
Is it correct that in this case, the company used a base period to estimate the level of future test year expenses for legal costs?
Yes, and that's consistent with how we generally start to build a rate case, is we start with our base year historical data and then build from there known and measurable changes.
If some of those costs were deemed imprudent, what would happen to them in terms of
The cost-
rate making in this case, to the extent you know, and I believe you're not a lawyer, is that correct?
That is correct. I am an accountant by education and experience.
An accountant is a lovely thing.
Well, thank you. Commissioner Harvey might be disappointed that I don't have an economics degree, but could you ask your question again?
Could the court reporter read it back, please?
Sure, that'd be great.
If some of those costs were deemed imprudent, what would happen to them? Rate making in this, that you know.
Right, okay, yeah. So again, specifically, we're not seeking recovery of any specific legal expenses from 2023, but using the level of expense as a way to set expense in this test year. So I guess I would say that it's more about assessing whether that level is the expected level for 25 in which to set rates, and not so much about the underlying expenses that the company incurred in 2023.
I have one follow-up question about 2023 legal expenses. Is it correct that much of the expenses were related to several lawsuits related to major wildfire litigation in California and Oregon? To your knowledge?
Yeah, to my understanding is that there is a significant portion that is related to wildfire litigation, but beyond that, I cannot speak to any of the specifics of the legal expenses.
Are some of those cases and expenses continuing on through 2024?
Again, I am not involved in any of those cases and don't have any insight into the ongoing nature of any of them.
I hope this is a better question that I can ask you. If you know, are any of these major lawsuits related to fires or damages in Utah?
I, again, do not know. I don't know any of the specific claims that have been filed or lawsuits that have been filed or, any discussions related to them. So, sorry, I don't have knowledge.
In general, and again, if you know, in terms of injuries and damages expenses, other than excess liability insurance, are most of the claims paid related to major wildfires that occurred outside of Utah? Again, if you know, and you may not.
I don't, and similar to legal with the injuries and damages expense, we're not seeking recovery of any specific event, but rather using the, a historical average of claims paid based on actual cash up to the $10 million self-retention that the company has on its insurance policies. And this methodology is consistent with prior commission practice. I want to say this goes back to a 2007 case where we've used this methodology. But I cannot speak to the specific claims that have been paid out in those years.
If specific claims were associated with Rocky Mountain Power or Pacific Core being grossly negligent, would those claims be considered, would those expenses related to those claims be considered prudent or imprudent? Again, I'll just say, to the extent you know any of the information in any of my questions, so I don't have to say it every time.
Right, yeah. No, I will, in general, respond to the extent I have knowledge. So, again, I can't speak to the specific claims that were paid out in that time period, but I believe your statement relates specifically to the James case. Again, I have no firsthand knowledge, but as Ms. Koblia testified earlier this week, there have not been any claims paid under the James verdict, so therefore I can only conclude that the claims that we have included in our historical average for this rate case does not include any payments under that verdict.
Thank you. I'll turn now to I&D expenses.
Okay.
Can you remind us what I&D expenses
So that's
are?
injuries and damages, and it's possible that maybe we've already discussed it, but if you have further questions, please go ahead.
I do. I think that you do not have knowledge of those. So now we're going to move on to overtime payroll.
Okay.
In his testimony? Okay. I have passed out to the commission, the court reporter, and your counsel copies of a packet that is composed of 3 pages. And I would request that for purposes of identification, this be marked as DPU Cross Exhibit 10. I'll further identify the contents of the packet. The first sheet is the company's response to DPU Data Request 22.7. The second sheet is the company's response to DPU Data Request 59.9. And the third request is the company's response to DPU Data Request 59.10. Could you please take a moment and look at these? And I believe that one is already an exhibit to Mr. D'Ambrosia's testimony, and that is the response to 59.10, so we can use it as a reference here, but pull it out of the packet. And I will only move for the admission of cross of the first 2 pages, unless it appears that we may need to reference it in more detail.
Okay, I'm not sure what you want to do. You want us to?
Well, pardon me, let's just leave it in.
Okay, I think that's probably perfectly fine. If you have any objection to that, Mr. Kumar.
We have no objection to the admission of these cross exhibits.
I don't think anybody else would. All right, thank you. We're going to receive DPU cross 10. Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. McCoy, were you involved in the response to these data requests?
I was not.
In that case, I have no questions about them.
Okay.
Or pardon me, if you were not involved in preparation of the response, are you familiar with the facts, issues, and concepts in these?
Only to the extent that I have read the responses. I think a lot of these point to the operations of the company, which I am not knowledgeable of.
In that case, I will not ask any questions of them, and I have no further questions for you. Thank you very much for your explanations and answers.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. All right, let's go down the line. Ms. Caviglia?
No questions, thank you.
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Russell?
I do have some questions. Good afternoon, Ms. McCoy.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask questions on 2 fairly discrete topics that are discussed in your voluminous filings, but they are fairly narrow topics. One of them relates to a conversation that you and Mr. Higgins from UAE and Ms. Ramos from the Office of Consumer Services were having about transmission revenues.
Oh, yes.
Okay, yeah, and just to set the stage a little bit for that, there's been a discussion about the correct transmission rate to utilize as a forecast for setting base EBA costs, right?
Correct.
Okay. In your rebuttal testimony, you respond to Mr. Higgins and Ms. Ramos by indicating that there was by identifying, I should say, a different forecast or a new forecasted rate. Is that accurate?
I would categorize it more as, again, pointing back to the how the estimated rate includes those liability costs, and if we remove them, we just provided another calculation of what the rate is with just removing that liability accrual, which was not significantly different from the rate we used to estimate wheeling revenues for 2025.
And then in his rebuttal testimony, Mr. Higgins made a calculation using that revised rate. Do you recall that?
I do remember seeing that, yes.
Okay. And do you have any issues with Mr. Higgins' calculations with respect to that transmission revenue?
So I didn't have an opportunity to specifically check it, considering how, but, I didn't have time to specifically check Mr. Higgins' calculation, given how short the time period was from receiving rebuttal. However, the number that he has appeared reasonable as far as the calculation.
Okay. And just to wrap this up, assuming that his math is correct, and I didn't check it either, is there any remaining dispute between you and at least Mr. Higgins on this particular topic?
So I guess, again, as I stated earlier today, the main point is to set a reasonable level of wheeling revenues based on what we expect for 2025. If we set the wheeling revenues too high and then the company doesn't realize those revenues, it will result in an additional increase through the EBA. So it really comes down to trying to set that reasonable level.
And do you believe that the rate that you identified that removes the liability accrual in your rebuttal testimony sets that reasonable rate?
It could be, I mean, right, it's within range of the forecast I was previously provided.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if there's any real, separation between your position and my client's position.
I think that the difference is fairly small.
Okay, fair enough. The other topic I wanted to discuss is the treatment of costs in this rate case with respect to the closure of Cholla 4.
Okay.
You mentioned that in response to some questions, I believe, from Mr. Snar, but I wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page. You weren't a witness in 2020, but you're familiar with what the treatment that the commission used in that case, and with the request that the company made, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the company made that request through another witness, Mr. McDougall, right?
Right, it was through Mr. McDougall, correct.
Yeah. I almost said Mr. McCoy, and I knew that wasn't right. Maybe you can describe what the request was that the company made so that I don't have to walk through it step by step. You can probably do it more efficiently than I can.
So, in general, I believe that the company had sought to defer the closing costs of Cholla 4, and then Cholla Unit 4. And then I believe it was amortizing through 2025, those costs. So I don't know if there's anything specific.
Well, there were some specific closure costs that the company sought to defer, right?
It might be helpful if you could point me to my testimony. I mean, I seem to recall
Oh.
that there were some that were identified, but I don't know if that was,
Yeah.
if the intention was that was an all-inclusive list, or meant to be, an example of closing costs.
Sure. Let's point you to page 12 of your direct testimony.
Okay, I'm there.
Yeah, actually, that may not be the best place. Let me, give me just a second. I'm not sure you actually identified the specific requests that were made in the 2020. Maybe we just go to the 2020 order, because that does identify them. Do you have a copy of that up there? Oh, you do.
I believe it's in this binder you provided me earlier.
It is, Exhibit 2, and it is on page 40.
Okay, I'm on page 40.
Okay, so just under the header Cholla Unit 4 there, it says, RMP requests that the PSC establish a deferral account to defer and amortize certain costs associated with closing Cholla Unit 4, an RMP-owned unit of a 4-unit coal-fired power plant that RMP determined is economic to close by the end of 2020. RMP's costs include incurred construction work in progress, or CWIP, the value of estimated obsolete materials and supplies, or M&S, and liquidated damages, all of which RMP proposes to defer and amortize through the end of the plant's original depreciable life in April 2025. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
Okay, so the costs that the company specifically identified for deferral related to the closure of Unit 4 were CWIP costs, the M&S costs, and liquidated damages, right?
It states that the costs include those items, yes?
Well, it says they sought to defer and amortize certain costs, and it says they include those, okay. The company in this rate case is seeking to collect, I gather, some additional costs other than the ones that we just talked about. Is that right?
Right, there are additional closing closing costs for which the company now has, I would say, either final information or near final information.
Okay, and those include the safe harbor termination payment and
Correct.
employee severance costs, right?
Correct.
Okay, why don't we just, one at a time, let's talk about what the safe harbor termination payment is, and then we can get to severance. Can you just kind of describe generally what that's about, if you know?
I don't.
Okay.
And unfortunately, so the person who probably could best tell you what that is Mr. Fuller.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know how important the specifics of it are, but from the information that's been exchanged by the parties, that is a cost that, what I understand from your testimony to be one that was not known at the time of the 2020 rate case.
Correct.
Okay, you knew you might incur it at some point, but you didn't know what it was going to be. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, but you have since that time incurred that cost, right?
Correct.
And when was that incurred?
I'd have to go back and look and see if I put it in my testimony. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, I think it was 2022 or 2023, I'm not sure which, but it's not in the test period in either event, right?
Right.
Okay. And then the other cost is an employee severance cost, right?
Correct.
Okay, and I think I understand this from the information exchange, but that is relating to a cost that the company has agreed to pay with respect to closure, but it's only, the agreement is an agreement in principle, right?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, and do you have an understanding about what other issues we need to address before that agreement in principle becomes a final agreement?
I do not.
Okay, but that cost has not yet been incurred, correct?
That is my understanding, that it has not been paid.
Okay, but nonetheless, it's been apparently booked into this deferred account. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Does the company have any updated information on when it expects to incur that cost?
I do not have any updates on that, no.
Okay. So if there's an agreement in principle, and I know you may not be the right person to talk to about this, but if there's an agreement in principle, we're waiting on some additional information or additional agreement to get to a final agreement on some other topics, I gather. Is that your understanding?
That is, but it's also my understanding that the company is fairly confident that this is a good estimate of the amounts to be paid.
Okay, fair enough. But until we get agreement on the other topics, we're not sure when we're going to actually incur this expense?
I can't speak as to what else we're waiting for or the timing of that.
Okay. I think we can just leave it there. That's been helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Okay, Ms. Hayes,
No questions.
we'll return to Mr. Kumar for redirect.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. McCoy, let's start with the discussion you just had with Mr. Russell regarding the Choya Unit 4 costs. With regards to, in general, just when you create a deferral account, what's the purpose of a deferral account?
So the purpose of the deferral would be to set aside those costs to preserve the ability to seek recovery at a future date. Also, generally, it's done as a way to match, it can be used as a way to match costs and benefits.
So would it be fair to say that one of the purposes of a deferral account is specifically to true up costs that aren't specifically identified in the test period of a rate case?
That could be. If you take the EBA as an example, that's a deferral account. We include a certain level of costs and benefits in the base rates, and then we defer the differences to that EBA deferral and true it up through that mechanism, yeah.
Do you have what Mr. Russell has previously identified as UAE Exhibit 2 and DPU Exhibit A, which is the order that you were questioned on by both Mr. Snar and Mr. Russell?
I have it right here, yes.
Could you turn to page 40, which I believe Mr. Russell was just covering with you?
Yes.
Now, in the paragraph that Mr. Russell just had you read, there is a final sentence in that paragraph. Could you read that sentence?
Yes. RMP also proposes using the account to true up any differences in final closing costs and decommissioning costs from its estimates in this general rate case, or GRC.
And the costs that Mr. Russell just questioned you on, have those been included as final closing costs and decommissioning costs?
Can I ask for a clarification? Are you talking about the ones that were addressed in this paragraph or the other ones that we talked about afterwards?
Oh, thanks for the clarification, Mr. Russell. I'm talking about the ones that are at issue in this case, the ones that Mr. Higgins and Ms. McCoy have both discussed in their
The
testimony.
safe harbor lease payment and the severance payments.
Exactly.
Yes, those would be considered part of the closing costs.
And at the time of this order, those costs were not known. I believe that's been asked maybe a few times already.
Right, we knew it was likely that the company was going to incur those payments, but did not have reasonable estimates at the time of the last GRC.
And Mr. Russell asked you a series of questions about whether or not one of those costs that are at issue between you and Mr. Higgins has actually been paid yet.
Right, the severance in particular.
The severance in particular. And would that have been booked as a result of certain accounting requirements?
Yes, under generally accepted accounting principles or GAAP, once the company is aware that a liability is probable, then we are required to record it. And I believe Ms. Coblia addressed that in her testimony as well. In particular, I believe it was related to the wildfire liabilities, but it's a similar concept for any type of obligation that the company has. Once it's identified that we have that obligation and it's probable and we can estimate it, then we are required to record that under GAAP accounting.
Okay. Now back to UAE Cross Exhibit 2. Could you turn to the page that Mr. Snar questioned you on regarding wheeling revenues? Let me get there. I believe it's
Page 5?
Yes.
Okay, I'm there.
And in that section 4, is there anything about FERC approval?
Yes, it states that the wheeling revenues forecast was updated to reflect the transmission formula rate that the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, recently approved for PacifiCorp's open access transmission tariff.
Okay. And the adjustment that you were questioned on by Mr. Snar regarding wheeling revenues is based on the company's FERC Form 1 filing. Is that correct?
So the estimated rate that was filed in May of 2024 would have been based off of the 2023 FERC Form 1 filing that the company made, yes.
And has that filing been approved, or is that filing generally approved?
So the FERC Form 1 itself is not approved. It's just a requirement. We are required to make certain filings with FERC, same way we are with the SEC. I can't speak to the process of the formula rate itself, but I do know that in general, every May we file an estimated rate based on the previous year's FERC Form 1. And then similar to a rate case in any state, the transmission customers have the opportunity to intervene and ask discovery of the question, or ask discovery of the company in order to determine the validity of the calculation and the inclusion of costs. And it's my understanding that that process is ongoing right now.
Ms. McCoy, do you have any reason to believe that the FERC Form 1, the rate as filed, may not be reflected in what is actually charged in the OAT?
Yes. Again, as I've previously discussed, the estimated rate for the OAT rate right now includes that $1.7 billion of wildfire liability accruals that's been discussed. As of now, there is not a similar level of liability costs included in the 2024 financials. So next May, when the company files its true-up for the 2024 rates, it will reflect the actual financial results based on that 2024 FERC Form 1. And then we will also file an estimated rate for 2025 until such time as the 2025 FERC Form 1 is available.
And I think you may have already done this just now, but I want to just clarify. Can you explain kind of the goal of setting the wheeling revenues forecast in this case as it relates to how wheeling revenues work in the EBA?
Yes, so I would say estimating the wheeling revenues is really similar to estimating any of the other components of the EBA in that, you know, we would generally strive to try to have an accurate forecast so that we are not having to seek significant increases through the EBA at the time that we make the filing. And so if we overestimate the benefit from the wheeling revenues, then that would result in an additional amount we would need to recover. On the flip side, of course, if we way underestimate, then we're delaying passing that benefit on to the customer. So really it's about trying to set a forecast of what's expected so that there's not any significant fluctuation between actuals and what's included in base rates.
In light of that response, I'd also like to take you to some of the questions that Mr. Snar asked around a single point-to-point customer. Can you provide any insight onto why or why not a cost would be included?
So that particular, I will start by saying that in preparation of the rate case, I am provided with a forecast of what we expect wheeling revenues to be for the test year. And I rely on the experts from our business to provide that input. And then, Mr. Vail discussed yesterday as far as that specific point-to-point contract of, why it wasn't included at the time of the estimate, and I would refer back to his testimony on that particular topic.
If I may have just a quick few seconds to check my notes, make sure I covered everything.
Absolutely.
I have no further redirect of this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Russell, do you have any recross?
Very quickly, if you could go back to the 2020 rate case order, UAE Exhibit 2, I think as it is in front of you.
Page 40.
Yep.
How did I know?
Let me know when you're there.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. Mr. Kumar and I focused on the same paragraph. I want to go back over the first part of the first sentence and then talk to you about the sentence that he focused you on. It says, RMP requests that the PSC establish a deferral account to defer and amortize certain costs, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And then the last sentence is RMP also proposes using the account to true up any differences in final closing costs and decommissioning costs, et cetera, right?
Correct.
Okay. So what we're talking about in both of these sentences is Rocky Mountain Power's proposal, right?
That appears to be the case, yes.
Okay. And to figure out whether in that last sentence, when we refer to final closing costs, whether the commission intended to refer to only those certain costs that had been identified in Mr. McDougall's testimony, or whether it meant all closing costs, would we need to go back to look at Rocky Mountain Power's proposal in that rate case?
Possibly. Clearly, there can be a difference of interpretation of this as we're having right now, right?
As you sit here today, do you know the specifics of the specific proposal that was made in Mr. McDougall's testimony on this specific issue?
I do not, no.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Does the division or the office have any recross?
The division has no recross, thank you.
No recross, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll turn to Commissioner Harvey if he has any questions.
Probably kind of starting at the, is that on? Yes. Okay. Starting the most recent and working back, I guess. You mentioned that GAP requires booking a probable expense. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And in terms of constructing a future test year, so now moving from that probable GAP expense to talking about a test year, wouldn't one also need to know not only the probable nature of an expense, but also the likely timing of the expense?
Yes, but in the case of a deferral, right, where we're actually not recognizing it as an expense, but recording it on our balance sheet as essentially a deferred expense, so that we have the ability to seek recovery. And then if we are approved recovery, we would recognize that expense in conjunction with receiving the revenues that provide for that recovery.
Okay, but in terms of the future test year in a rate case, the fact that somewhere on Pacificor's book there's a deferred expense, but it's uncertain as to when that deferred expense is going to be allowed to be recuperated, not recuperated, recovered from ratepayers. How is it treated in the future test year if there's uncertainty about whether or not it's going to be recovered in that test year?
Right, so when we present our test year, we present it in the manner which the company would like to seek recovery. So what we have included is an amortization of that expense in the test year. And so the outcome of this case will determine ultimately what the company records.
Okay, thank you. All right, with the DPU cross, there was considerable discussion about wildfire claims and how that the legal expenses associated with those claims tied into the test year amounts. Do you remember that discussion?
Yes.
Okay. And you noted that that Pacificor has not yet paid the James claims, correct?
Oh, right, specific to the injuries and damages, yes.
But there have been many settlements with non-James litigants, correct?
Yes, that is my understanding.
And have the costs associated with those been included in the test year?
So with the company's insurance coverage, there's what's called a self-retention, similar to a deductible, and the company is responsible for the first $10 million per event. So in that average of injuries and damages expense based on actual claims paid, we only include up to the first $10 million. And so for one fire, we'll just say fire A, right? No matter how much we paid out, it would have only included $10 million for that fire for all the claims paid related to that fire. So not the whole amount. So I don't know, let's just say we paid out $200 million. We would have only included $10 million in the calculation of the average.
Okay, so there's some subset of those claims that have been paid that have been included.
Right, and again, I can't speak to the specifics, but if you assumed that there's insurance recovery, we would pay that out, we'd pay those claims, and then we would seek recovery, reimbursement from our insurance policies, but the first $10 million is ultimately the company is essentially self-insured for that.
All right, you mentioned that you were concerned about using an average over a number of years for these type of expenses because you felt they were increasing?
They have been the last couple of years. And so, I mean, that's the extent of what I can look at is the last couple of years, especially 23 and 24. When I looked as of the third quarter for 24, the level of expense was similar to what we saw in 23.
Would using a linear regression analysis or trend line analysis compensate for those type of concerns in the company's mind?
That would be another way of doing it. I don't know that there's necessarily a right or a wrong way, multiple ways, and then I guess it would be, ultimately, it's your decision to.
Oh, indeed.
Right,
well,
to decide
joint,
what is the.
Joint.
Right, yeah, well, I meant, when I say, I meant all three of you, right?
But
yeah.
I'm asking specifically, you objected to the idea of an average. You wanted to use this spot. In general, because what we are seeing is that those costs are remaining pretty constant in 24. And again, I can't speak to like specific legal matters and what types of costs we're going to incur, but it does appear that is a trend that is continuing, at least for now. Okay. The following questions relate to risk and uncertainty, and I'm not necessarily concerned at all about whether you and I agree with the particular way you've used those words, but I just want to understand how you're using them, all right? So can you define for me what either your or the company's definition of risk is? And then I'll ask you the same thing about uncertainty. Or if you say there's no difference, that's fine too. Just, I want to understand your testimony.
Right, so I guess I'd say for me, risk is the possibility of something bad happening, right?
And what about uncertainty?
And uncertainty, I would say, is it's an unknown.
Okay. All right, so in, say, the actuarial field, they have a slightly different definition, and I'm not saying you're right or wrong, I just want you to understand where I'm coming from on this. In risk, that field and several others talk about there being a known distribution of risk, meaning you can identify a probability of something happening. Okay. And then uncertainty in that same field is literally how much variation or unknownness there is around your estimate. And so you have an estimate because your data has noise, you don't know what the actual number is, but you have an estimate. The confidence intervals, for instance, that's a measure of uncertainty.
It's been a few years since I've had statistics, but the terms sound familiar.
Okay, all right. So in terms of risk, thinking about it from that actuarial definition, what types of things have happened in Utah in the past 4 or 5 years that would change that risk distribution with respect to wildfires that you were mentioning earlier?
So, specifically, I don't know that I'm the best person to speak to the wildfire risk in Utah. Definitely Mr. Barth could speak to that, and I imagine that we will get into this in phase 3.
Well, definitely, it had come up earlier in your discussion. So that's fine, we can defer that. Now I want you to think about a hypothetical that is only tangentially related to the rate case, but I'll come back. It'll make sense eventually. Imagine for a moment that you're going to go to dinner with a group of friends. And you decide in the interest of making life easy that you're going to have one bill and you're going to split it equally among the friends. Have you ever done that?
Yes.
Okay. And the premise of that typically is that all of you are going to behave in a similar fashion with respect to what you order, right?
Right.
All right. Now imagine that you had a standing appointment where you'd go to dinner with the same group of friends quite often, and that over time you find people are behaving very similarly. Then you would probably feel pretty comfortable with the idea of just one bill and splitting it, right?
Sure.
Okay. But if you got there one day and someone ordered unexpectedly the most expensive item on the menu, the most elaborate dessert, and a really expensive drink, and the rest of you hadn't, how would you feel?
I guess if it happened once, I probably wouldn't be bothered by it at the time.
You're nicer than I am. Okay, that's fine. Now thinking about the rate case, if you have some expense, and you traditionally, over many decades, decades, multiple decades, given how long the company's been around, you've divvied this up in some particular way.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a fundamental shift in the distribution of that risk that I mentioned earlier, or a difference in the likelihood of outcome or events, might a change in methodology be warranted? And why or why not?
So, possibly. And I can point to, I'd have to pull up the 2020 protocol, but there is a specific section in there that allows parties who are part of that to bring to the group, to the MSP group, if they think that there's an allocation that is no longer appropriate, or if they have a proposal for a new way of allocating that, so that proposed new allocation could be discussed and in hopes that we could reach a collaborative solution.
Okay, thanks for that. And one last area, you talked about the wheeling revenues could be too high in terms of the amount that are included in the EBA if certain adjustments were adopted. Correct. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And your concern with that was that if they were too high, that would, and in actuality it turned out they were too high, that would necessitate a rate increase in the future.
Correct.
Okay. Now the balancing account is a simple math exercise in some sense. You put positives in it if it's a benefit and negatives in it if it's a cost, right?
I guess I'd flip it.
Well, right, because you're an accountant. All right, yeah.
So I guess it would depend on the perspective, right?
But I'll simplify it. You put in entries with opposite sign for benefits and costs.
Yes, that is correct, yes.
And the effect of those entries is simply the absolute value of the entries multiplied by the sign.
Correct.
And it doesn't matter what the category is, it's just the absolute value.
Correct.
Okay. So in this case, about the wheeling revenues, the company is concerned about a few $1 million being misallocated, right? And yet in the overall rate case, the company has excluded several $100 million of costs that they believe are legitimate by getting rid of the step 2 increase, right?
Well, yeah, I think that this has been discussed by previous witnesses, but it was an attempt to try to smooth out the rate increases for the Utah customers.
But the effect would be that there will eventually be a rate increase to make up for that amount.
Yeah, that is anticipated, yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Harvey. Commissioner Clark.
Thanks. I have a couple of questions related to accumulated deferred income tax and Mr. Fuller's adjustment in that appeared in his Sir rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
And that he indicated you reflected in your revenue requirement, Sir rebuttal. Is that?
Yeah, so because of the timing, we didn't have enough time to provide a full update of everything, but I did include the revenue requirement impact of that, which was a $1.3 million decrease to the requested revenue requirement. So
It was a rate base adjustment of, I think, about 14 million or something.
yeah, that's about right, yes.
Thank you. I take it from your response that there isn't an exhibit in your Sir rebuttal that we could look to find out which accounts were adjusted, how much they were adjusted, and what the allocation was. Is that?
No, unfortunately not, but
Is that something you could provide?
yes, I don't know if the appropriate manner is for a bench request to be issued and we could respond that way, or how that, but yes, we could do that calculation and provide that.
Well, Commissioner Clark's made a request, and we just need to discuss that and decide whether we're going to order it, and we'll let you speak to it before we make an order, but let's just take a second.
This is something that our staff needs in order to understand how to produce the revenue.
Okay, it's our viewpoint that our staff needs that to evaluate the revenue requirement in the case. Do you have any objection to that being provided, Mr. Kumar?
No, I think we just have a question. I mean, other commissions use a bench request to provide that sort of information, and if that's something you'd like to do, we can do it. Or if you could just, tell me you want us to file it, and we'll file it and move on.
Well, yeah, we're gonna request it to be filed or order it to be filed, and how you choose to do it, you can. It doesn't have to be an exhibit in the hearing here, but
pardon me, Chair, but that might be the easiest way, though, if you just have the paper and bring it and we can enter it as an exhibit, rather than you having to make a formal filing. I think that will satisfy our staff at least.
Okay, that's fine.
They need the electronic, because they need the functional.
Sure, the work papers and then the supplemental exhibit
thanks.
with work papers.
Okay, so let's order it to be filed as a formal a document in the docket. That's what we'll do, okay?
And I'll defer to Ms. McCoy on the timing of this, but we probably should be able to file that before the pendency of these hearings.
Yeah.
How long do you think you'd need to do that, Ms. McCoy?
Well.
Don't bind yourself to 24 hours or anything like that.
Not, I mean, by.
You'd be, you're not talking of phase one, or are you?
I think I'm talking hopefully by the end of next week.
Possibly by the end of next week. I
That's
could
what-
have somebody on my team do that.
Yeah, that would be best.
Okay.
While we're still in phase one.
We'll try and aim for that, and if that turns out not to be possible,
You'll advise us. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And that's my only series of questions. Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Ms. McCoy, thank you. It's been wonderful to have you on the stand, and we'll excuse you.
All right, thank you.
All right. So other than Mr. Jones, who would be heard on the 16th, we only have one other Rocky Mountain Power witness, Mr. Eller, and you're finished with your presentation of your,
That's correct.
your witnesses. We're going to, in a perfect world, I'd take Mr. Eller next, but since we have these three witnesses that have to appear today, we'll go. They're listed in the order of Williams, Gorman, and Fitz Henry, and Jones is not required to be on the stand today. So unless I hear any objection to the order, we'll ask Mr. Williams to be the next witness. I think let's take Mr. Williams before we take a break, okay? Are you okay with that? Our court reporter, are you okay with that? All right.
Mr. Chairman, maybe just for the sake of certainty, I'm going to ask that with regards to Mr. Eller, would you be planning on taking him in the morning tomorrow, or where are we planning on fitting him in?
Well, I would say either the end of today, depending on how long these three witnesses go. But you know what? we're doing so well, I'm not gonna hold us till 5:30 or 6 like we did yesterday. So why don't we just decide? Do you wanna do it first thing in the morning? What's your preference?
Mr. Eller's available. I think we just need 30 minutes to get him here, and he could go up. So I think we'll see if we're going very quickly today. Maybe we can put him on today, and we'll see where we are maybe later in an hour or two. And
Let's have him come first thing in the morning. That's what we'll do. I think we'll do these other 3 witnesses, and then we're gonna take a break, and we're gonna probably end, we don't need to go till 5 today. Let's just go forward with Mr. Williams, and then we'll take Mr. Eller first thing in the morning. He's not here now, right? If he was here, I'd say we'll push through to get him done tonight, but let's do him first thing in the morning. Okay. You want to call your first witness?
Yes, the division calls Mr. David C. Williams as its witness. May he please be sworn?
Yes. Come over here, Mr. Williams. Welcome, Mr. Williams. Thank you. Will you raise your right arm? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter pending before the Public Service Commission of the State of Utah to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. You may be seated. Ms. Schmidt.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Williams.
Didn't sound like it.
Hello.
Now you're on.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
David Williams, Williams.
When I introduced you, I put a C in there. Do you have a middle name?
It's Carson.
Okay. But you go by David Williams.
Yes.
Sorry about adding the C. By whom are you employed, and what is your position?
I'm employed by the Division of Public Utilities in Utah, and I'm a utility technical consultant.
What is your business address?
I never remember this, so I wrote it down. It's 160 East, 300 South, Salt Lake City, 84114.
Have you participated in this docket on behalf of the division?
I have.
Did your participation include reviewing filed testimony, drafting and reviewing data requests, analyzing issues, and participating in meetings to discuss these things?
Yes.
On October 17th, did you prepare and cause to be filed what's been marked and filed as DPU Exhibit number 8.0-DIR with its accompanying exhibits DPU 8.1-DR and 8.2-DR?
Yes.
Did you file this testimony in redacted, confidential, and highly confidential form?
Yes.
Is it correct that you did not file rebuttal testimony?
That is correct.
On December 4th, did you file surrebuttal testimony identified as DPU Exhibit 8.0-SR in redacted, confidential, and highly confidential form?
Yes.
Is it correct that there were no exhibits attached to this?
Yes.
Today, did you prepare and cause to be filed what's been identified as revised direct testimony, DPU 8.0-DIR in redacted, confidential, and highly confidential form?
Yes.
I'll note that no exhibits, that exhibits 8.1 and 8.2 were not attached to this revised filing. I'm happy to make another filing today to attach them so they are closer in filing order if that would be of help.
Oh, it came in today. All right, well, the commissioners have not seen that testimony yet, so it was filed today.
Yes.
Okay, are you gonna refer to it in the course of the examination today? He's going to refer to it in a summary, I'm sure.
I am not, and there were no changes from I will represent that there were no substantive changes.
Can
or
you tell us
changes in
what
his
the
analysis.
changes were without disclosing confidential information?
No.
Okay. All right.
I might be able to help out a little bit here.
Yeah, that's fine.
Please correct me if I'm wrong in my understanding, but DPU council has conferred with us prior to this. They identified essentially a certain portion of Mr. Williams' testimony that was public, that should have been confidential, that refers to certain specifics regarding an agreement between us and a certain wind developer.
Okay.
And so I believe the only change to the testimony has been to mark that information as confidential. And so to the extent that that is exactly what's happening here, that company has no objection.
Would it be disclosing too much to tell us which lines those are that have been marked confidential? Could you do that? Or is that may be a problem?
I would consider that a problem only because then
people
if I
will
were
know
public,
where to go.
I would look.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I would look.
Listen, it's fine. As long as there's no substantive changes, you're going to be careful about the reference to anything that's confidential in the course of this. And we've got it, and we've got his original testimony here, and you filed today the revised. So we're good. Let's just go forward.
Thank you. Was what was filed today filed in a redacted, confidential, and highly confidential form?
Yes.
And again, were there any substantive changes to what was filed today?
No text or exhibits were changed, just some highlighting to indicate confidentiality.
Is there one more minor correction you would like to make to your file testimonies?
There is on on line 23 and line 130 of my direct testimony, I was listing wind projects, and Rock Creek 2 was repeated. The second instance of Rock Creek 2 in each sentence should say Boswell Springs.
Thank you. If I asked you the same questions posed in that pre-filed testimony and as corrected on the stand today, would you provide the same answers?
Yes.
Do you adopt your pre-filed testimony as part of your testimony today?
Yes.
The DPU would like to move for the admission of the DPU direct testimony, DPU exhibit number 8.0-DIR with exhibits 8.1 DIR and 8.2 DIR, with the surrebuttal testimony marked as exhibit number 8.0-SR, filed December 4th of this year, and with the revised direct testimony marked as DPU-DIR, which was filed today. I'd like to move for the admission of those, please.
Okay, I think we're clear on what's being moved. Is there any objection to any of that?
The only thing I'd like to confirm, Mr. Chairman, is if they've asked to have admitted both versions of direct, meaning the corrected version and the one with the mistake, we would prefer that only the corrected version be admitted.
I absolutely see where you're going, and that is well taken, and that's what we'll do. We will withdraw the original direct testimony and only have the revised version in the file.
With that, the division would like to make a second filing today, and that would be exhibit number 8.1 direct and exhibit number 8.2 direct, so it would be bundled with the revised direct.
Because that
file
was in
today.
the original direct testimony, it's
Correct.
not in your revised.
Correct.
No one has a problem with that. Okay, so ordered.
Thank you very much. I apologize for the confusion.
No, it's not a problem.
Mr. Williams, have you had an opportunity to prepare a summary to share?
I have.
Please share.
Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the scheduling flexibility, and sorry about the new filing today. Thank you to the company and to the other parties as well for the scheduling flexibility. I preface my summary by noting that my direct testimony and my surrebuttal testimony reference both confidential information and highly confidential information. In this summary, I do not mention the specifics of any confidential information. In my direct and surrebuttal testimony, I discuss the testimonies of several company witnesses, primarily as they relate to the costs of the Rock Creek 1, Rock Creek 2, and Cedar Springs 4 wind projects. I also look at Boswell Springs costs, although I ultimately did not recommend any adjustments for Boswell Springs. I conclude that the company has not met its burden of proof with regard to the cost of 3 of the wind projects, Rock Creek 1 and 2 and Cedar Springs 4. Rock Creek 1 and 2 are Wyoming wind projects of 190 megawatts and 400 megawatts, respectively. The company is acquiring them through build transfer agreements or BTAs. Cedar Springs 4 is a 350 megawatt facility in Wyoming. The company entered into a power purchase agreement or PPA with the owner of Cedar Springs 4. Rock Creek 1, Rock Creek 2, and Cedar Springs 4 were each selected to the 2020 All-Source RFP's final shortlist. This RFP arose out of docket number 20-035-05, which I refer to as the RFP docket. In the RFP docket, the independent evaluator, or IE, oversaw the submission of bids and the modeling processes used to evaluate the bids. The specifications of the bids in the final shortlist were summarized in the IE's confidential Appendix G in his September 2021 report in the RFP docket. This Appendix G has the highly confidential best and final prices that I discussed below, and also has the original projected capacity factors of the projects. The modeling process used to evaluate and select the projects in the RFP was similar to the modeling used in the 2019 IRP. The IE oversaw the inputs and the modeling process in the RFP docket. The company began negotiations with several projects on the final shortlist, including Rock Creek 1, Rock Creek 2, and Cedar Springs 4. The ultimate executed contract prices for these 3 projects were higher than the best and final prices from the RFP docket. The exact amounts of the cost increases are shown in highly confidential Table 3 in my direct testimony. As a side note, the company considers the original project best and final bid prices, along with the original bidder specified capacity factors used when the final shortlist was modeled, to be highly confidential, since they represent bidder-specific pricing information. Although the ultimate BTA and PPA prices for the wind projects are merely confidential as opposed to highly confidential, the percentage increase from best and final price to ultimate contract price is also highly confidential. Without getting into the specific magnitude of the price increases from RFP to contract execution, in the division's opinion, the magnitude is large enough to require further comprehensive modeling analysis, not just PVRR analysis, to ensure that the wind projects at the updated prices are still part of a least cost, least risk portfolio. 3 of the wind projects, Rock Creek 2, Cedar Springs 4, and Boswell Springs are considered significant energy resources, SERs, under Utah Code Section 54-17-102 sub 9. Although I am not offering a legal opinion, my understanding is that since the company sought and received a waiver under Section 54-17-501, therefore Section 54-4-4 sub 4 governs the prudence review of cost recovery. That section lists 4 standards that the Commission shall apply, and the 4th is, quote, other factors determined by the Commission to be relevant, consistent with the standards specified in this section, end quote. Because the wind projects originated from the RFP process, one of the other relevant factors is whether the wind projects will most likely result in the, quote, acquisition, production, and delivery of electricity at the lowest reasonable cost, end quote, to customers. This language is from Section 54-17-201, sub 2, sub C, sub Roman numeral 2, sub D of the Utah Code, which governs RFP solicitations. It is true that the division recommended approval of the RFP process. However, the outcome of that process, which was supervised by the IE, was a selection of a final shortlist at the best and final bid prices. When those prices rose substantially during contract negotiations, the twin guardrails of the market prices and the IE were no longer present. The company needs to justify the cost increase by showing that the wind projects at the higher prices deliver electricity at the lowest reasonable cost. The division does not have the burden of identifying resources that could be lower cost or should be evaluated. I also note in my testimony that for 2 of the projects, the projected capacity factor declined from RFP to contract execution. When combined with the price increases mentioned above, the company is therefore paying much more than the 2020 all-source RFP best and final prices, but for projects with lower stated capacity factors. In short, for those projects, the company will be paying higher prices for lower expected production. The effect of this is shown in highly confidential Table 7 in my direct testimony. This is another reason that the company should reanalyze the wind projects using an RFP or IRP style modeling analysis. Given that the utility did not perform a new RFP or IRP style analysis to make sure the wind projects are still likely to deliver electricity at the lowest reasonable cost, I looked for a secondary method to evaluate the context of the price increase. I tried to compare the increase in price of the wind projects to a renewable price index. Absent any other analysis from the company, this is one way the division and the commission can evaluate the price increase by comparing it to general price trends. Although the company received a waiver for the SER process under Utah Code Section 54-17-501, it is worth noting that the language in Section 54-17-304 and Utah Admin Code Section R746-430-3 sub 1 sub A through sub F would have applied to project cost increases absent the waiver. This, again, is my understanding and is not a legal opinion. In summary, the company has failed to provide the type of analysis that shows the wind projects are prudent at the higher prices. The RFP best and final prices had a prima facie claim to prudency as they were the result of a commission-approved process with a commission-appointed IE. The contracted prices are not the result of such a process. The company has an ongoing duty of prudence after the RFP to show that the price increases were prudent. The company has not met its burden. The adjustments I recommend in Table 1 of my direct testimony reflect reasonable adjustments to the company's submitted costs. This concludes my summary.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Schmidt, do you have any clarifying questions before we have him subject across?
I have no clarifying questions. Mr. Williams is now available for questions from the party and from the commission.
Okay. Mr. Moskin, are you doing this?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon.
Make sure that that's on. Thank you for your summary describing your recommendations. Like you, I'm going to, I think, be able to go through this without reference to any confidential material. If you feel like you need to do so to answer any of my questions, please let me know.
Okay.
Thank you. The first thing I want to do is clarify things that you are not saying in your testimony, okay? Would you agree with me that you do not dispute that the company properly followed the RFP statutory process with respect to the wind projects that is the subject of your testimony?
If I'm, objection to the extent that it calls for a legal conclusion.
I don't think he's asking for a legal conclusion. Objection's overruled.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you do not dispute, or the division does not dispute, that the company properly followed the RFP process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I think I heard you state in your summary that in fact the division recommended approval of the 2020 all-source RFP process. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you agree with me, don't you, that the commission ultimately approved the RFP process? Is that correct?
Yes.
And you do not dispute, do you, that the 2020 all-source RFP process allowed bids from new natural gas projects?
Yes, technically, I believe it was an all-source RFP, so it did allow that.
Thank you. And I think you referenced this a little bit in your summary, but just to clarify that while you claim that the wind projects that are the subject of your testimony increased in price between RFP, best pricing, and contracting, the division does not claim to have knowledge of any lower cost options that were available to the company at the time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, isn't it true that in your testimony you admit, and this is a quote, if you want to look it up on line 49 and 50, but it's short, quote, "The wind projects may be the best resources to fill the capacity need even at the contract prices," period, close quote. Is that correct?
Is that for my direct?
Sir, rebuttal lines 49 to 50.
Let me just take a look at that, please. Sir, rebuttal. Yes.
And you agree with me, don't you, that you're not saying, or at least your pre-file testimony does not say, that any price increase from the RFP pricing to contract pricing is per se imprudent? That's not the position of the division, is it?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, I want to make sure I'm understanding that your concern is the magnitude of the increase, not that just per se, if there's any change, any increase, that it's automatically imprudent to proceed with contracting.
Correct. Or not necessarily automatically imprudent, but indicative of further analysis that could be required.
Okay. Then with that, I'd like to turn your attention to the prudence standard that you describe in your testimony. You state throughout your testimony that in order to show that its actions were prudent, the company must show that the wind projects at increased prices were at the, and this is a quote several times, least cost, least risk projects to meet the company's capacity deficit. Is that your testimony?
I did use that phrase, yes.
For instance, you state in your direct testimony, it is not enough to show that these projects provide benefit at their contracted prices. It must be shown that they are reasonably certain to be part of the least cost, least risk portfolio. Is that your testimony?
Which lines were those?
Lines 78 through 81?
Of direct?
Correct.
Yes.
But having referred the commission to what you claim should be the governing authority, which is Utah Code 54-4-4 paren 4 paren A, you agree with me, don't you, that that statute does not include the term least cost, least risk anywhere in that statute? Isn't that correct?
I don't believe it does, no.
You recognize in your testimony, don't you, that some amount of price increase from RFP to contract is in fact not unusual? Isn't that correct?
I don't have personal experience in this, but I do believe that some amount of price increase is not unusual.
And you recognize that the relevant contract negotiations that we're discussing here took anywhere from months to over a year and occurred during a time of supply chain issues that were the result of the COVID-19 pandemic and other factors. Do you remember making that concession in your testimony?
Yes.
And you admit that the division has no reason to question the fact that there were supply chain issues at the time of contract negotiations. Isn't that right?
Yes.
In fact, didn't you state that the division sympathizes with the predicament the company was in, admitting, and this is a quote from your direct lines 302 to 303 and 337 to 338, quote, COVID-related 19 supply chain issues and price increases did occur. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And these COVID-19 related supply chain issues and price increases were widespread, weren't they? This was going on globally at that time, isn't that right?
Yes.
In fact, the pricing pressures impacting the wind project were worldwide, related to not just COVID-19, but hostilities in Ukraine and other inflationary factors that were causing worldwide supply disruptions. Isn't that correct?
I don't know how worldwide the pressures were, but I do know that it occurred in a lot of areas.
Okay. Now, one of the theories that you put forward is that when these projects came forward and indicated to the company that they would either have to remove their bids or have price increases, that the company could have issued a new RFP. That's something that you've put forward, is that right?
I don't know if I'd call that a theory, but I did mention that was something the company could do.
And you've already agreed with me that the RFP process that was taking place here took a year or more to go through, isn't that right?
Are you talking about the RFP process to the best and final price, or the RFP process including the best and final to the contract negotiation?
I'm saying, let's just say this, an RFP process can be lengthy.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you've agreed with me that the timetable that we're looking at in this scenario is a time of an inflationary market, correct?
In general, yes.
And so restarting an RFP process could take a substantial amount of time, whatever that time is. You would agree with that premise?
It could.
And you would agree with me then that there's risk that by pausing the project, doing a whole new RFP, that the prices that the company gets back could in fact all now be even higher than the proposed contract prices. That's a possibility that you can't dispute. Is that correct?
I would say that is a possibility.
You also had no testimony refuting the testimony of Mr. Link that restarting the process in any method would have risked the company not having enough time to secure adequate resources to meet its need. Did you?
I don't think I disputed that. I don't know that I have an opinion on whether the company could meet its need in any given time period.
Okay. And were you here in the chamber yesterday when Mr. Link testified?
I was not. I was traveling.
Would, you may, from his own testimony or otherwise, would you have any reason to dispute that Mr. Link testified yesterday that the PVRR analysis in fact was redone after the prices rose and showed that the wind projects were still the lowest cost projects when considering the available options that were still available to the company?
I have not seen the analysis, so I don't know what I could say about it.
Okay. With the permission of the chair, I'm going to ask my colleague to hand around a paper. As it's coming around, I'll represent to the parties that what this is an excerpt from the 2011 Rocky Mountain Power rate case. The specific testimony I'm going to talk to the witness about was quoted in Mr. Link's testimony when the two witnesses were having what Mr. Russell politely calls a dialogue. But so the actual paragraph is already in the record, but just for ease, I'm handing this out.
Permission granted.
Thank you.
Mr. Kumar, we're missing one copy up here.
I'll wait just 1 minute while these make it their way around. If you could, Mr. Williams, turn to the page where there's a highlighted provision. If you would read for us in the record the sentences that are highlighted on your copy.
This is starting on page 42.
Correct. It should start in reviewing.
In reviewing utility decisions for prudence, the commission must analyze the decision-making process in light of the circumstances and the facts the utility knew or reasonably should have known at the time of the decision.
I'm going to actually pause you right there. That sentence comes right out of the 5444 that you cited to. Is that right? Do you recall seeing it in that statute?
I would have to check, but it
Anyway.
sounds familiar.
Please proceed.
Do you want me to read the footnote?
No, just go ahead with the we do not.
We do not substitute our judgment in hindsight for the reasonable decisions made by management, nor do we determine that a reasonable decision is imprudent merely because we conclude that a better reasonable alternative was available for consideration or action.
Thank you. Now, the position that the DPU has taken here is that unless and until the company can prove that the projects were the lowest cost, that their request should not be allowed, and yet the standard that the commission has put forward indicates that in fact it will not deem a decision imprudent merely because it affirmatively can conclude that a better reasonable alternative was available for consideration. Isn't that correct?
If you can answer.
I'm not sure. Could you break that up maybe?
Sure. In order to make your position that only something demonstrated to be lowest cost can be deemed prudent. To make that correspond with this order, wouldn't you have to change that last phrase to say that a decision will be deemed imprudent if we conclude a better reasonable alternative was available for consideration?
I'll object to that question because although he has said he is not asking for a legal opinion on things, I believe that this question is asking for a legal opinion.
Mr. Moskin, do you want to respond to that objection?
I'm not trying to ask for a legal opinion. Mine is merely language semantics to say the standard that the division has put forward via the testimony of Mr. Williams, in my reading, appears to be in contravention of this language, and I'm merely asking if this witness agrees or disagrees with that premise.
So you're asking him to read the language and give his viewpoint.
Correct.
As to what he believes it means. I don't think that's calling for a legal conclusion. I'm going to overrule the objection.
Thanks.
I'm not sure that, I think I would have to read the order and then think about it.
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moskin. So I'm going to make a putative conclusion here that the division in the office witnesses, there will be no cross-examination questions by the interveners of any of those witnesses, nor division office having question of the interveners witnesses. To the extent that, I'm not going to go around and ask for everybody's, whether they have crossed. To the extent that proves to be incorrect and you do have a question or questions you want to pose, just let me know, okay? So we'll turn back to Ms. Schmidt for redirect.
I have one question, Mr. Williams. Does the division have the burden to identify lower cost options?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Williams.
Mr. Moskin, anything else?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we'll turn to Commissioner. Yeah, we've got everybody. Commissioner Harvey, you were looking away from me, so I thought maybe.
I was just checking to see if anybody else was jumping up and down.
We've already put everybody on notice. We have a procedure now by which anyone who wants to ask a question, you're going forward because we're entering a different segment of this case. So you're up.
Very good. All right, I just want to make sure I understand your position. My understanding is the DPU is not disputing that a higher price might be prudent, price meaning the cost of these projects, higher cost might be prudent, just that the company has not met the burden of proof to show that the projects were still prudent.
Yes.
Okay. In any of the DPU's data requests or other communications since the contracts were signed, was a request made to do an IRP type analysis?
I can't recall a data request that made that request. But
are any other communications with the company in the intervening time frame?
I think, I guess I would consider that my direct testimony was a statement that we would consider such an analysis to be very helpful. And I don't think that an IRP style analysis is the only way that you could do this. I think that if you you might be able to look at some other projects to do a quick sanity check. With the 2022 RFP, the one that was canceled, they my understanding is that they did have some conversations after that was canceled, or maybe while it was canceled, with some projects about maybe what you would call a bilateral transaction. And so, for example, for some of the projects that may have been on the final short list in the original, the 2020 RFP, there could be some analysis of those. Maybe they could ask for a price on those in light of the update, even though they weren't selected for the final shortlist. It could be that their prices did not go up as much. So that's one piece of analysis the company could do. I think there's different ways they could try to show the prudence. In general, I think it would be helpful if they listed the things that they considered and explained why they did not do those things.
So in your summary today and in answering questions, you've mentioned, I think you've mentioned, and I'm asking whether I've got this right, an RFP type analysis, an IRP type analysis, and then this, I guess you'd say, project comparison analysis?
Right. One thing that the company did do is they did a PVRR analysis of these projects to show that they still provided benefits at the increased prices. And one thing you could do is do a PVRR analysis of maybe some other options, and it could turn out that had a better PVRR analysis than the wind projects. Maybe, you know, some time had passed, as we have seen, since the best and final prices, and circumstances had changed. So, for example, if you took it could be a solar project with a battery, and you could run the PVRR analysis on that project and then do a quick comparison, and that might tell you whether the wind projects were still likely to be the lowest cost.
So just to drill down on that a bit, you're suggesting a PVVR with the projects in question compared to a PVVR with other projects substituted in.
That's one possibility that I thought of. If the company looked at the large increases and wanted to still confirm that the wind projects, even though they went up X amount, maybe some other projects didn't go up as much, or maybe circumstances had changed in that intervening period, and that would be a way one way to show, if you didn't have enough time to do a whole nother RFP analysis. That could be one thing that the company could do.
All right, and then in terms of what the company has provided in the record, they've done what I think is commonly referred to as a PVVRD, meaning the delta, where they do a with and without, correct?
I think that's what they did, yes.
All right. And what is the major deficit that you see with doing that type of analysis compared with any of the other, or the general class of other analysis you've suggested?
I think when you do a PVRRD, you're not comparing it to other possible alternative projects in the same way that you are when you do an RFP analysis. And sometimes those PVRRD analysis, I think, could vary a lot depending on what assumptions you used. And I think the RFP analysis would be more comprehensive.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Clark, do you have any questions?
I have a few, thank you. With regard to the least cost, least risk benchmark or decision criterion that I think you established in your analysis, you mentioned, or at least council brought out the fact that that exact language isn't in the prudence statute that you referred to. So where does that language come from, and what caused you to use that as your decision criterion?
I think in my direct, I think I mentioned the fact that when you use the 54-4-4 standards, it did allow for other factors to be considered by the commission. And since the language about lowest reasonable cost was in the RFP statute language, that's where I came up with the lowest reasonable cost.
And I think you mentioned that one of the alternative analytical approaches that the company might have used, or at least that you thought of using, was to consult some form of index. Could you tell us a little more about that?
Yes.
And I'm interested in whether you did, and if you have any information about that.
In my direct testimony, I did discuss an index. So that scenario was in the absence of a more comprehensive analysis by the company. I was looking for some way for us to evaluate the price increase from RFP to contract execution. And we have the company saying we entered negotiations and this is the price that we came up with. And it's a way for the division and the commission to put that into context, absent any other analysis. So I don't believe that's looking backwards, because in that, I mean, it is to an extent, but that's all we have to do. If we want to know how big, or was that large price increase prudent, we don't have much to go on. We didn't have any details about the negotiations. So one way to do it would be to compare what happened in the general renewables market. And I did find an index that tracked that, and that's how I came up with the amounts and the adjustment.
And then with respect to the excerpt from the September 13th, 2011 order of the commission that you looked at on pages 42 and 43, I just want to focus your attention on the final clause in the sentence that starts at the top of 43, beginning with nor. So are you with me?
Yes.
So the language is, nor do we determine that a reasonable decision is imprudent merely because we conclude that a better reasonable alternative was available for consideration or action. And the we in that sentence would be whom, as you understand it?
I assume that would be the commission?
I think that'd be my understanding. Is it reasonable in your mind to read this as somehow removing from the company the responsibility to conduct these types of analyses?
I'm not sure I do read it that way, but I'm not certain. I think you could conduct an analysis even if you did not have a better reasonable alternative in mind. You could look at the price increase from RFP to contract execution and think, well, that's an awfully big price increase. Maybe we should do some analysis just to make sure this is still the lowest, this is still going to provide electricity at the lowest cost. And you wouldn't necessarily even be thinking, you wouldn't necessarily even already have a better reasonable alternative in mind. You would just want to double check.
Yeah, I'm going to try and ask my question again more simply, but would you read this as excusing the company from examining or searching for other reasonable alternatives to the action it's considering?
I don't think so.
Thank you. That's my last question.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. We appreciate your testimony, and I have no questions for you.
Thank you.
Be excused. I think now we'll take a break. After the break, we'll have Mr. Gorman and then Mr. Fitz Henry. And we'll try to do a 10-minute break, okay? 12. Let's come back at 25 after the hour. Utah shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Captain George?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Fitz Henry. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record, please?
Yes, my name is, this on?
Test, test.
There we go.
My name is Colin Fitz Henry, COLIN FITZHENRY.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am an associate at Baker & Associates.
And on whose behalf are you testifying today?
I'm testifying on behalf of the federal executive agencies.
And did you prepare or in cause to be filed direct testimony and surrebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes,
And do you have any changes or corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
And if you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
At this time, I would like to move Mr. Fitz Henry's direct and surrebuttal testimony into the record as FEA Exhibits 2 and FEA Exhibit 6, respectively. And Mr. Fitz Henry, do you have a summary to provide today?
I do.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Fenn, Commissioner Clark, and Commissioner Harvey. The focus of my testimony in this proceeding has been to identify net power cost adjustments that would improve the accuracy of the Rocky Mountain Power's 2025 net power cost estimate. To this end, I'm recommending 2 net power cost adjustments. I recommend that the Aurora model be updated to reflect the company's most recent official forward price curve from September of this year, and I'm recommending that the company remove the simulated hedges included in the Aurora model. The company developed natural gas and market price inputs for their Aurora model based on the March 30th, 2024 official forward price curve. These forward price estimates will be 9 months old by the start of 2025. There is more uncertainty in the accuracy of forward price estimates when developed further out into the future. As the trade date gets closer to the future date, the supply and demand fundamentals that impact natural gas and market prices are more predictable. Thus, there is a higher likelihood that more recent forward price estimates will improve the accuracy of the net power cost estimate. The September official forward price curve will provide a more accurate representation of actual 2025 prices than the official forward price curve developed in March. The company has not disputed this claim. My recommendation has been supported by Utah Association of Energy Users witness Kevin Higgins and the Division of Public Utilities Department of Commerce witness Dan Kohler. Updating the Aurora model using the September 30th, 2024 official forward price curve reduces the total company net power costs by approximately $156.3 million or $70 million on a Utah allocated basis. Additionally, I'm recommending that Rocky Mountain Power remove its hedge adjustments for simulated hedges in the Aurora model. Similar to the market price estimates, the simulated hedges are based on the March 2024 official forward price curve. However, all power hedges executed after the company's application will be based on current market conditions and forward prices at the time the hedge is executed. At this time, there is no way of knowing whether those hedges will result in an increase or decrease in the net power cost estimate. However, the simulated hedging adjustment proposed by the company always increases net power cost because of the way it adds additional constraints to the Aurora model. This fact was not refuted by Rocky Mountain Power witness Ramon Mitchell. The actual hedges executed after the net power cost modeling has been completed have essentially an equal chance of either increasing or decreasing costs relative to the net power cost estimate. Thus, by adding the additional modeling constraint of the simulated hedges that can only result in an increase in net power cost, the company is producing an Aurora model that is less accurate overall. Mr. Mitchell characterizes the inclusions of the simulated hedges in the Aurora model as a modeling enhancement. However, the company has not provided any evidence that simulated hedges improves the accuracy of the net power cost model. If the company believed that this adjustment improved the accuracy of the net power cost estimate, this could have been verified by using historical data and Aurora models from previous years, but the company failed to provide this evidence. The company's only defense of this adjustment is that the company will eventually execute hedges at simulated hedge volumes, but undoubtedly, the price of those hedges will be different from the simulated price. Thus, the most accurate net power cost forecast for 2025 would be a forecast that excludes Aurora modeling adjustments for simulated hedges. My recommendation would reduce Rocky Mountain Power's net power costs by $7.2 million on a Utah allocated basis. This concludes my live testimony. Thank you.
Captain George, do you have anything for clarification? Are we ready?
No, I do not, Mr. Chair. He's available for
Okay,
cross.
before I turn the time over to Mr. Saban, it looks like, I just want to ask I would normally do this at the end, but I think it's an issue I want to get clarification on. In Mr. Mitchell's testimony in this case, he stated that in Oregon, they were required to update the OFPC to November 15th.
That's correct. I'm aware of that as well. In fact, I referenced the same order in my rebuttal testimony in this proceeding.
Okay, I want to make sure that you're not recommending the use of the November 15th update. You're recommending the September OFPC. Or what are you recommending?
Yeah, I'm recommending the most recent the September 30th official forward price curve estimate, simply because at this time, that is the only model I've evaluated for its accuracy in reflecting the adjustment. With that said, as I stated in my live testimony, I'm a proponent of modeling adjustments that would improve the overall accuracy of the net power cost estimate. Certainly, and as I stated just now, that using a more recent, official forward price curve would likely lead to improved accuracy. At this time though, I have not reviewed, a model, with those prices included. So I can't support a model, I haven't had an opportunity to review.
Okay, fair enough. I just want to get clarification on that. All right, Mr. Saban, we'll turn to you for cross.
Maybe I'll just start right there since the chair asked that question. Do you agree with what the chair and Mr. Mitchell, well, let me ask this first. Were you here when Mr. Mitchell testified?
I was not. I did listen in.
Okay. I think I heard you a second ago say that you didn't hear Mr. Mitchell agree that he would be okay updating the forward price curve to a more recent date. That's not my recollection. My recollection was during his testimony, he said that the company would be willing to update it to a more current date, including, I think it was November 15th is my recollection, that they would get data on November 8th and would be willing to update it on the November 15th date was the date he provided. Are you operating under a different assumption?
Are you asking me, I'm sorry, I don't think I believe I represented Mr. Mitchell's opinion at all. I wasn't intending to represent Mr. Mitchell's opinion.
In your summary, you stated that you had made a proposal to update the forward price curves, and I think you're saying at least for two items, for natural gas and power market prices, right?
Correct.
Maybe let me just ask that. Do you have an objection to using a more current forward price curve that, let's take the September one, and having all of the factors that are included in net power costs updated using that forward price curve?
No, as I stated in my rebuttal testimony, assuming that the models adjustments have been reviewed for, their accuracy, I am a proponent of using more recent official forward price curves and, contracts as well that have been committed to by the company.
Okay, again, I'm not sure I'm getting a clear answer on that. Are you saying that all of those inputs, whatever they might be, whether it be for natural gas prices, power market prices, newer contracts, more recent information, to the extent they pertain to the inputs for the net power cost forecast, are you in agreement with Mr. Mitchell that that would be fine to do?
Yes, I am, with one caveat. There needs to be an opportunity to review those modeling adjustments for their accuracy at a later time, or there needs to be an opportunity to reconcile, that net power cost adjustment at a later time. In my understanding, because of the EBA, in a typical year, there would be that opportunity. So long as there's an opportunity to review the net power cost adjustments and their impact on the, specifically the contracts, whether the contracts weren't entered to prudently at a later time, then I would be agreeable to that.
So help me understand what you would need to be able to do that analysis. What are we talking about?
Yeah, for example, like if the newest net power cost model was submitted to the record in this proceeding.
Yeah, a couple questions there. I guess for right now, I'm not talking about any adjustments.
Okay.
Let's just say that the updated forward price curve, not net power not a new net power cost forecast yet. Let me just ask, conceptually, let's say the company comes out on November 15th and produces an updated forward price curve that has updated inputs for all of these items we've been talking about. Would you accept that?
Yes, that was submitted to the record.
Okay, so follow-on question then, are you talking about an updated net power cost forecast? Is that what you're talking about, that you'd need time to review?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I understand. So for that, what kind of review would you deem necessary?
I mean, I think it should be very clear what the modeling changes occurred from the prior model. So, if that's inclusive of the changes from official forward price curve, if that includes additional PPAs, I think those need to be clearly spelled out to the commission so we understand the changes that occurred from the company's, the model submitted in the company's application to the updated model.
Okay, understand. I just want to talk, the only other issue I want to address with you is just one critique or concern you express about a modeling adjustment, okay? And that has to do with this adjustment for hedging purposes, okay? Do you agree with me that the Aurora model used to create the net power cost forecast does not on its own have the capability to anticipate or replicate what the company's hedging practices would look like during the test period?
Exactly. Would it be exactly able to replicate the?
Not even exactly. Does the Aurora model have a function that is consistent with Mr. Mitchell's testimony that the company would be buying hedges on a beginning as of the first part of the year, I think is your testimony, and Mr. Mitchell doesn't dispute that say January of 2025, the company would be implementing for that year its hedging policy and would go out and buy hedges several quarters ahead up to, I think you say, 75% of each month's peak hour, and that's purchased in the first quarter of each year. Is that right?
I'm not sure this is answering your question, but you can enter must-take contracts into the Aurora model.
Right, but the company's approach to doing I'll just reference if you want to refer to your direct. This is page 8 of your direct. You say on lines 20, page 8, lines 20 through 9, page 5, you basically represent that the company's risk management strategy is to mitigate price volatility and ensure power supply during periods of high demand by hedging positions at a level where, on average, a minimum of 75% of each month's peak hour is hedged in the first quarter of the future period. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So that's what I want to ask about. As it stands right now, the Aurora model cannot do that. It can't replicate that precisely. Isn't that right?
I mean, no, the Aurora model cannot represent hedges that have not yet been executed.
Right. And so it's true, is it not, that the company's adjustment there, acknowledging that nobody knows exactly what those hedges what prices those hedges will be effectuated at in the future, the company's approach was to try and do as best as it could to replicate what that might look like. Again, acknowledging that there isn't a precise method of doing that. Isn't that really what the company's adjustment is intended to do?
I mean, I can't represent the company's position.
Mr. Mitchell states in his testimony that that's what the company is doing. Isn't that right?
I would agree that Mr. Mitchell says that.
Okay.
Correct.
And you don't yourself propose an alternative means of replicating those hedges, do you?
No, I don't. I exactly the opposite. I propose not to simulate those hedges.
Right. And so really the dispute between you and Mr. Mitchell is not one of who's right and who's wrong, because neither of you know exactly what the price is going to be. Rather, the dispute is about, should we try to put something in there to replicate these hedges, or leave it with nothing and let the model, which you just admitted doesn't account for that, operate as it does? Isn't that really the disagreement between you and Mr. Mitchell?
No, I wouldn't characterize it that way.
How would you characterize it?
I simply think that what that dispute is the outcome of the modeling enhancement described by Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell says that by modeling the simulated hedges, it improves the accuracy of the model, or else he wouldn't have represented that. I disagree with that. I believe that including those simulated hedges, and I'm not talking about how the model represents the real world environment. I'm simply talking about the outcome, the impact of the net power cost change. I believe that the increase in net power costs, that's the outcome of Mr. Mitchell's modeling enhancement, reduces the accuracy of the model. And that's why I'm recommending that the simulated hedges not be included.
I understand that, but I want to be clear. You just told me a moment ago that the model itself doesn't account for the hedges at all on its own, right?
If you don't include them, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me just get to a final point, which is you agree that these costs, whatever they are going to be, will be dealt with through the EBA process, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so at some point down the road, 2026, there will be an EBA proceeding to true up 2025's costs, and we will know at that point what the hedging costs will be.
That's also correct, yes.
Okay, so what we're really trying to do here is do the best we can to try and simulate the future without knowing it.
Produce the best estimate, correct.
Okay. So if the commission determines that it's better to at least try to simulate the future, even though you know you're not going to be 100% accurate, do you have any problem with that?
In this case, I do. I mean, in this case, I think if you don't have an accurate simulation or a modeling adjustment that simulates the hedge accurately, then I would be inclined to not include it.
Knowing full well that the system as it is now will be completely inaccurate on that issue because it doesn't even try to account for it, right?
That's correct. But if the modeling, if Aurora model was accurate, Mr. Mitchell wouldn't need to include adjustments outside the model, but he does.
Well, let me press you on that, because you would agree, would you not, that the Aurora can't simulate every future condition that the company needs to plan for, right?
No, I do agree, yes.
Yeah, and so there are other adjustments that are made to the Aurora model to try and simulate different activities the company knows it will engage in but does not yet know what the exact pricing will be, right?
I do agree with that, yes.
Okay, so adjustments are just part of the attempt to arrive at something that is our best estimate of future costs.
I also agree with that, yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Saban. Do you have any redirect?
No.
Okay, we'll turn to Commissioner Harvey.
Hello. Were you here when I had an earlier discussion about estimates that might be consistent or biased?
I was, yes.
Okay. Did the conversation make sense to you?
It did. I won't try to paraphrase it, but it was at the time it made sense to me. Yes, it did.
You didn't go, oh my gosh, or anything? Okay.
No.
Okay. I'm going to summarize what I think your position is, and I want you to confirm that I've either got it right or that I don't. You're saying that when you have any type of a model, typically a linear algebra type model, and you add an additional constraint, that at the absolute best, you can end up with the same answer, but you are more likely to end up with a, in this case, higher cost answer because there's an additional constraint.
That's exactly right. The best constraint you could do would have zero impact, right? But in this case, there's a positive impact on net power cost.
Okay. And so to use my earlier language, by adding in this additional constraint, you would say that that the company has now guaranteed that you're no longer aimed at that, what you viewed as the accurate answer, but something that's higher.
That's correct.
So it would be, in a sense, it would be consistently biased, to use my earlier terminology.
That's correct.
Okay. Now I want you to think about the model itself, regardless whether the constraint's there or not. Well, actually, with the constraint being absent. If the company is going to engage in a hedging program, all right, take that as a given, will the model consistently underestimate the costs that the company would incur in actuality?
So I believe no. I believe that if the company did not include these additional simulated hedges, again, there would be an equal chance, essentially, that whatever the impact of those future hedges were would either increase or decrease net power costs relative to that original estimate. Simply because as the forward price of power moves, so does the hedge price, right? So at the time that price is executed, it will eventually either increase or decrease net power costs, but we have no way of knowing till the actual calendar month in which the forecasted hedge is executed for the calendar month in the 2025.
But we do know that company has transaction costs involved in procuring the hedges.
That's generally the case, yes. Can you be more specific about what you mean by transaction cost, I guess? Like an adder to the forward market price, or are we talking about like a risk premium on the forward prices?
I was just thinking in terms of actually doing the transactions. It costs money to do them.
Oh.
They have a hedging program that has employees, and we as ratepayers pay for them, and there's a cost to that program in addition to whatever fuel costs go through it. There's a...
Yeah, I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. So is it your testimony that the upward bias that is introduced by the simulated hedges would be greater than the downward bias of leaving them out?
Yes, I'll concur with that statement.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thanks.
Commissioner Clark.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other questions. Thank you. Appreciate Mr. Fitz Henry. Thank you for your...
Thank you, commissioners. And
okay, here's our issue. We have some problems with lag and just generally slow Wi-Fi right now, and I think it's would help if you can go to cellular data on your devices instead of if you're connected to the Wi-Fi in this building and you need to still be connected to your computer or your or your other mobile device, would you please go to cellular data? That will help us as we turn to Mr. Gorman, so we don't have problems with, okay. All right, Captain George, is this your witness as well? It is.
Indeed it is, and we will do as best we can.
Can we make the screen larger for him at all? Okay, well, okay, this is not a problem. We'll. Okay, yeah, just give us just a second. She needs to see lips, that helps.
I think if you,
Give us just a second, Mr. Gorman. We're still setting this up. There we go. That's much better. Okay. All right, Captain George, we'll turn to you for just a second.
Thank you. Federal Executive Agencies calls Michael P. Gorman to the stand.
Mr. Gorman, will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter pending before the Public Service Commission of the State of Utah shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Can we turn that up? We need more volume. Just to state your full name for just a second, see how loud it is.
My name is Michael Gorman.
Can you speak closer to your microphone there? It's probably in the ceiling or something.
It is in the ceiling, yes.
All right, can we turn volume up here locally? Okay. We'll have to ask you to speak as loud as you can. We're constrained somewhat by your microphone, but our volume here is turned up as loud as it can go. So, all right.
I will speak as loud as I can.
That's perfect. All right, Captain George.
Okay. Mr. Gorman, can you please state your full name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Michael Gorman, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, G-O-R-M-A-N.
Are you good with that, or just slower? Okay. Mr. Gorman, can you please tell us who you are employed by and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Brubaker and Associates as managing principal.
And on whose behalf are you testifying?
The Federal Executive Agency.
And did you prepare and cause to be filed direct testimony with exhibits labeled MPG 1 through 6 and rebuttal testimony with exhibit labeled MPG 1R in this case?
Yes.
Additionally, did you also cause to be filed an errata to MPG 1R?
I did, yes.
Okay. And besides the errata, do you have any changes or corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
And if you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
At this time, FEA would like to move to be entered into the record Mr. Gorman's direct and rebuttal testimony as FEA Exhibits 1 and 4, along with the corresponding exhibits.
Okay, thank you, Captain George. Is there any objection to that? Okay, they're received.
Mr. Gorman, do you have a prepared summary of your testimony?
I do, yes.
Okay, you can.
Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me to appear virtually for this hearing. In my testimony, I addressed the Rocky Mountain Power's claimed revenue deficiency. In my testimony, I addressed 3 specific issues: the capital structure, deferral of the wildfire balancing account amounts, and incentive compensation related to financial performance metrics of the utility. My capital structure adjustment responds to the company's proposal to use a hypothetical rate-making capital structure
composed of 50% equity and 50% debt. That hypothetical capital structure is not consistent with the company's proposed forecasted capital structure and the test year in this case. 50/50 debt equity capital structure has been consistent with past rate-making capital structures for Rocky Mountain Power, but the utility's equity balance has eroded in the past by the combination of significant accruals for wildfire damage claims against the company and a payment of a large dividend in 2023 when the utility's net income was actually a negative number in response to those wildfire damage claims accruals. In that year, the company reduced its common equity balance by over $700 million by the combination of wildfire damage accruals and the payment of a $300 million dividend up to its parent company. For calendar year 2024, as a result of the payment of dividends and the wildfire accruals in 2023, produced a projected capital structure for this year of around 44% common equity and 56% debt. The company is proposing a rate-making plan that, in combination with its plan to suspend dividend payments.
Mr. Gorman, would you stop just a second? The court reporter will need you to go back. Would you repeat to him the last part that you have? And we just had a hard time getting this transcribed.
May I make a suggestion? I don't know if we're having a lot of, are we having a lot of cross? Because maybe
In 2024, the utility's projected actual capital structure.
Hang on just a second. I'm sorry. Let's just give us just a moment here.
I don't know how much more we have for him, but maybe.
Oh, we'll have cross. So.
Maybe if we have him call and put him next to a microphone instead, because this is really bad.
Does anybody have an objection if we have him on the telephone rather than us having a video feed? I wouldn't think so. Mr. Gorman, we're having a hard time, our court reporters are having a hard time getting your testimony recorded. So could we have you join us by telephone? And we think that we'll be able to hear you much more clearly. Do you have the number to dial in? Melissa, he has that.
I'm trying to verify that right now. I believe I do.
Pardon me, does he have to call in on a special number since he may be discussing confidential information? I don't know.
Well, no, it'd just be the one.
I don't think he has any confidential information to disclose. And he'll be the only one on the line, unless a three-letter government agency's listening in. Okay.
To confirm, that number is 262-674-8344.
That's correct. Do you have the PIN?
Yes.
I'll tell you what, we'll try. If you can turn your, I don't know how this will work, but if you can turn your volume off on your video so we wouldn't have an echo, you can use your telephone and then we'll still see you, which would be preferable. If that doesn't work, we'll go just straight to phone.
Did I get connected?
If you turned your, you need to have your audio turned off on the video feed. Did you do that?
I'm on mute.
Okay, we're just going to disconnect you from the video feed. Let's do that. Let's disconnect you and let's just have you on audio. We won't be able to see you again. We're sorry.
Okay. Sure, that'll be more pleasant for everybody through my cross.
It's not much better. Are you on a speakerphone? Is that perhaps why there's some distortion?
I am on a speakerphone. This is not a good connection.
That's better now. You closer to the microphone?
Yes, I moved right next to the phone.
I'd ask you to recite the Gettysburg Address for a test, but I think we're going to be okay. So we're going to go forward, Mr. Gorman, and it might help just because we are having a few issues. I hate to inconvenience you, but perhaps speak into the microphone as much as you can and as loudly as you can without yelling.
I will do that. Should I continue with my summary?
Yes, please. In fact, would anybody have an objection if how do you feel you're okay? Should he continue from where he is, or do you want him to start over?
Oh. That's right. So let's, yeah.
You can't see him anymore. You might as well turn back around.
Thank you, I appreciate it. All right, so let's go back to the claim accruals in that year. The company reduced its common equity balance by over 700 million. Let's, if that is enough context.
Okay, you got it where you need to start?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Gorman. You may continue with your summary.
Okay, as a result of wildfire accounting accruals and the payment of a large dividend in 2023, the company's projected actual capital structure for this year contained a common equity ratio of around 44% equity and 56% debt. The company suspended its dividend payments as of this year in an effort to retain all net income to build its common equity balance back up over time. The company is proposing a regulatory plan in this case by setting its cost of service in this proceeding using a hypothetical capital structure will increase rates to customers and increase the net income expected from operating its utility system in Utah. This will allow it to build its common equity balance up faster to achieve its targeted common equity ratio of 50% on an expedited basis. I think this is inappropriate because it requires customers to pay higher rates in order to rebuild the capital structure and common equity balance of the utility. The rate of return customers should be obligated to pay should reflect fair compensation for capital actually used to invest in utility rate-based investments. When a utility records write-offs or when it pays common dividends up to its parent company, that common equity is no longer available to support utility rate-based investments. Consequently, it's not appropriate to ask customers to pay a rate of return on that equity capital. Another aspect of the regulatory plan that I think is appropriate is for the company and the commission to appreciate that customers are entitled to just and reasonable rates that are no higher than necessary to provide fair compensation to the utility. But in the current environment, rate affordability has become an important factor by credit rating agencies and the capital markets in assessing the investment risk of a utility. Consequently, setting cost of service based on reasonable and prudent cost of providing service is necessary not only to ensure customers receive just and reasonable rate protection, but it's also a critical element in maintaining the financial integrity and credit standing of the utility. For these reasons, I recommend the rate-making capital structure be based on a projected test year rate-making capital structure with 45% common equity and 55% debt, which reasonably aligns with the company's projected test year capital structure. In my testimony, I also comment on the company's proposed amortization of wildfire balance account. The company accrued approximately $21 million of deferrals of wildfire costs in excess of what it recovered in rates over a 3-year period from 2021 through the end of 2023. Company proposes to recover that from customers over a 1-year period. A 1-year amortization of a 3-year period, I think, is imbalanced and is inconsistent with fair treatment to customers. A 3-year amortization will make the company whole for deferrals it's entitled to recover and will mitigate the rate impact on customers. I also propose some smaller adjustments to the amount of the wildfire balancing account deferral to more accurately measure it. And I also note that the company has not provided adequate evidence that inclusion of internal labor expense as a wildfire balance deferral is appropriate. Company's internal labor expense has been included in rates and has been largely recovered in rates during the period the accruals took place. And the company's proposal to include labor expense in the deferral has not been shown to not result in double counting of labor cost recovery in both the rates in effect over the deferral period as well as the deferred balance included in the WBA account. Finally, I recommend an adjustment to the company's claim test year incentive compensation.
Sorry,
The company's
sorry.
incentive compensation.
Sorry, Mr.
Stop just a second. Mr. Gorman,
Sorry, you said finally I recommended.
Finally, I recommend an adjustment to the company's proposed incentive compensation expense in the test year. Company's incentive compensation expense includes a component for measuring the financial results of the company, where employees are provided incentive compensation if they achieve targeted financial results. Other aspects of the incentive compensation deal with service reliability and public safety. I don't take issue with recovering those components of incentive compensation and regulated cost of service. Incentive compensation tied to financial performance of the company is not appropriate to include in rate-making cost of service. Those incentives should only be paid to employees in the event they achieve the financial targets outlined in the company's incentive compensation program. In this case, the company's projected test year cost of service at current rates does not reflect financial performance that justifies the payment of those incentive targets. Only with a rate increase will the company's financial performance be adequate to justify the payment of the incentive compensation. It's not appropriate to include in cost of service because customers will pay.
Sorry, it's not appropriate to include across the service?
In cost of service, because customers will pay those incentive costs irrespective of whether or not the financial awards are earned by employees in the test year. And conversely, if they are removed from cost of service, investors only pay those incentive compensation costs to the extent the utility employees actually achieve the targeted financial performance included in the financial plan, in which case investors can pay those incentive rewards based on the stronger financial performance of the company. Excluding incentive compensation for rate-making cost of service is balanced and fair to both customers and shareholders. That concludes my summary.
okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that, Mr. Gorman. Captain George?
Mr. Gorman's available for cross.
Okay. Mr. Saban?
I have no cross questions.
Okay. All right, well, I think we'll go to Commissioner Harvey.
Hello. With respect to the, sorry, with respect to the capital structure, can you briefly comment on why you're not recommending using the actual projected capital structure?
I wouldn't oppose using the company's actual projected capital structure. I simply was rounding the projection up for whole numbers since it's uncertain what the test year capital structure will be in the forecasted test year. So it was an effort just to moderate the adjustment to the company's cost of service in this case, but still reasonably aligned with what the company expects its rate-making capital structure to be in the future test year.
And then continuing on with the capital structure, do you have an estimate of how much of a capital infusion or a debt payoff would be required to bring the company to a 50-50 capital structure? And if you don't, just say no.
Well, I'm looking at my Exhibit MPG Schedule 1. There I track the change in the common equity capital component. It shows that in year-end 2023, the company's common equity balance decreased by about $800 million relative to the year-end balance in 2022. That reasonably aligns with the reduction in retained earnings in 2023. It was impacted by the reduction or the negative retained earnings in the year and the payment of a $300 million dividend, which is also listed on my Exhibit FPG2 on page 2, which is taken from the company's Form 1. So the amount of equity infusion from the parent company to restore its actual capital structure to align with its targeted rate-making capital structure, my estimate is it's right around $800 million.
And then turning to the financial incentive pay structure, and this is just me not completely tracking your summary, but do you feel ratepayers or shareholders or some combination should pay for the financial components of the incentive plan?
I think the financial incentive plan should be removed from rate-making cost of service and paid by shareholders, but only in years where employees earn the financial incentive compensation. In those years, investors can pay that expense through the exceptional financial performance of the company that would result when employees achieve the financial targets under the incentive compensation plan. I don't think it's appropriate to charge customers that cost because customers will not get the benefit of incentive compensation tied to financial performance within a rate case. In a rate case, the utility typically projects under earnings, which requires an increase in rates. One of the financial measures to earn incentive compensation is to earn the authorized return on equity. In a rate case, the company's filing shows it is not earning the authorized return on equity. Another measure deals with achieving a targeted level of net income. If the earned return on equity at current rates is understated, then it's likely that the utility is not earning the targeted level of net income that would be needed to support the payment of incentive compensation tied to financial results. In a rate case, if the utility needs a rate increase, there are credit metrics measured by funds from operation, coverages of debt, which is also a factor in the incentive compensation targets. Without a rate case, before a rate increase, the utility's filing doesn't suggest that it will achieve that funds from operation target and justify the payment of incentive compensation. Hence, in a rate-making cost of service proceeding, the only way the company gets the financial performance that justifies incentive compensation is to impose a rate increase on customers. So it's not appropriate to increase that rate increase by asking customers to pay financial compensation to employees for having filed a rate case.
All right, I I appreciate that explanation to explain your position. Just to clarify, it just simply shouldn't be in the rate, that portion of the incentive, the financial portion, just simply shouldn't be in the rate, in consumers' rates, according to your position.
That is correct.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
But to be clear, I don't oppose paying employees incentive compensation for financial performance. Rather, I simply assert in my position that it is not appropriate to include that in rate-making cost of service.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
I don't have any questions either. Mr. Gorman, I think we're done with you.
Well, appreciate it, and thank you for allowing me to appear virtually, and I apologize for the technology problem.
Not your place to apologize for that, but thank you so much, and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, we have, we can go home, I think, because we already said that Mr. Eller will appear tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, but we do have, is Mr. Jones here and ready to testify from the DPU? Do you want to do that tonight, or should we, I mean, it's 4:20, we can.
We would prefer to have him go later.
Okay,
That was sort of what we had discussed, and that's what he was planning.
we will be in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.